And welcome everyone to an international broadcast. I am joined in this special New Earth Nation broadcast by Rod Class, Rebecca Cope. I am also flanked by my co-host Danielle Lynn. Welcome everyone to this call.
Yes, hello, hello. We're so glad to have everybody with us again tonight. This is Rebecca. How is everybody?
Oh, we're hanging in there. We're hanging in there. We're just trying to do multitasking.
And for everyone that's knowing, we are broadcasting live from the Google Hangouts, and Rod is also simulcasting into his TalkShoe network. And later on, we will also be simulcasting into our BBS network. So everyone that's out there, this is one heck of a way to get everyone together, multiple networks, multiple factions, multiple concepts, so that we can resolve what sovereignty is, what true citizenship is, what true freedom is. I'd like to introduce Rod. For those people that don't know you, why don't you give a quick introduction? And for those that do know you, they're going to be all pleased to hear Mr. Rod Class having an incredible conversation about what's going on in our world of law.
Okay. I've started this talk show here back in 2006, 2007. What it was about was educating the people in congressional records. What is the real law? Not what we're told. There's a big difference. And through the research of coming on, and I started out with 10 people, maybe 20 if I was lucky, and I have hit over 350 on this show. We have a team of researchers across the United States, and we share information. We're dealing with the corruption of the government. We're dealing with corruption of the court system. And we're trying to put it together. We're not trying to overthrow. We're not anti-Americans. We're coming in and saying accountability. If you are going to push the laws on us, then you follow the same set of rules. After all, you created them. What we have discovered is that what a lot of people know, we're not dealing with a government. We're dealing with a corporation. But there's one thing within the Patriot movement and the movement out here. You can say anything you want. The problem of it is people were not able to back, were not able to support what they said. Through the research, we've gone into the congressional records where we could go back and show in 1867 under the Reconstruction Act, under statutes at large, on how the federal government overthrew the state governments. We could go back into the 1868 14th Amendment and show how they forced the state governments into a 14th Amendment citizenship. That 14th Amendment citizenship does not apply to we the people. It applied to them who held public office. Because if you will read Section 2 and 3 of the 14th Amendment, it talks about representatives. It talks about executors. It talks about president, vice president, judicial officers, civil service, military. It doesn't say one thing about John Q. Public, and it doesn't say one thing about freeing the slaves in this country. Well, when they did the 14th Amendment, several years later, they created the Act of 1871, which was the District of Columbia when they created the corporation. Well, the Constitution under Article 4, Section 3 allowed the states to create a state within two states. The key word here is to create a state within two states. It does not give them the authority to create a private business within two states. And that's exactly what they did when they created the District of Columbia. So when they created the District of Columbia, the corporation, they removed all of our public officials from the constitutional side, from that public office side, over to the corporation side. But that wasn't the end of the story. When 1945 came up, the International Organization Immunities Act, when it kicked it in on December 5th, 1945, they placed all public officials under UN jurisdiction. So we no longer have a government. We don't longer just have a corporation. we've got a foreign corporation that has overthrown our system unbeknown to the people. This is what we are coming back in and exposing. But what has made it worse is that we're now discovering that we're being drugged into these courts under the 1917 Trading with the Enemy Act, where we're being brought in as enemies of the state under the liability of licensing and registering it. Well, we're not an enemy of our government, and that's where people are making a mistake. We're not an enemy of our government. We are an enemy of the corporation that took over and overthrew our government. This is where the problem's coming in, and this is what we are exposing. Through court cases that I've been involved with, we're coming back in and we're proving that we do not have a government, that when we brought a class action lawsuit in 2006 against the United States of America, we've got a ruling from the 10th Circuit Court, calls them corporate appellees, not public officials. I have 5 administrative rulings here in North Carolina against the police department, the sheriff department, now against the highway patrol, a tax department, and several other agencies. And the Attorney General has come back into the administrative court and claimed that these are not agencies under the state. They're private contractors or private individuals. They don't work here. They're not part of the state of North Carolina. So now we got 5 rulings on this that we don't have any public officials. And this is where the problem's lying in. These people are misleading us and misrepresenting us and railroading us in order to obtain that federal grant money to that constitutional office that they hold on November 2nd from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night. For that 12 hours, they're qualifying for a constitutional office while they have embezzled it and took it over to the corporation. We've got into there's quite a bit here, but that's the short version of all this.
That's really, really intense, and it kind of translated out there for people. What they're saying is your judges aren't bonded, aren't oathed. They're to the corporation and not to the state. And it's very understand if there's an oath and a bond, that means every single court case has an oath and a bond based off of the prosecutor, the trustee, who's going to be the trustee. It's very, very important because this is where they begin to switch you into a court that you have no idea where you want to go. It's almost impossible to find an inherent court of equity or court of magistracy, but they're everywhere. And part of the deception of the corporations is to change the courts.
Well, the thing of it is, they not only just changed the court, the problem we're running into is that as citizens, we believe in fair play because we were brought up on honesty, fairness, and I've been watching the old cowboy movies, and some of you people, I'm 60, and you get back into the 50s, you start watching Roy Rogers and Cheyenne and John Wayne and Gene Autry. There was a sense of fair play. That's how we was raised, fair play. And we believe that these people are honorable, and we believe that if we were honorable with them, there would be honorable in return. What we've discovered, because they're operating under the Trading with the Enemy Act, there is no honor among them because they put a price tag on us. They have put a dollar amount, and what we proved through the Social Security Act, the Alien Registration Act, well, a lot of people are proving through the QSIP account. They're dragging us in to embezzle out of our account under Title 31, under that financing trout account that we have, and they're putting it into their private corporate stock with the same name of our government. And this is why we have the 2 names in the courtroom. One is the corporate name, and one is your standard name.
Or a strong man. How many classes of citizenship do we have? 3 still?
We've got roughly 3 different types of citizenships, yeah. We have what is the natural citizen, which is what we are. You have your state citizen, and you got your federal citizen. And actually, you got your foreign citizens. And these people fall under foreign. We're nationals. And this is, if you go back into the Stalin manual, and this is, if you look up nationality, this is where the word Kentuckian, Ohioan, Texan. This is the nationality of who and what we are.
That's what we inherited before the corporations took over.
Yes.
As part of the treaties with many of the indigenous tribes.
Right. So when they did that 14th Amendment, they created a federal citizen under that 14th Amendment. When they created the International Organization Immunities Act, they created that international citizen out of these public offices. So this is where our problem's coming in. We're dealing with international citizenship here, because if you people will stop and think back here, whenever Hillary was in the Department of State, when Arizona created the laws against immigrants, Hillary Clinton did not go to Congress. She went to the UN to bring charges against the Arizona governor and the legislators and the sheriff. She didn't go to Congress. She went to the UN, and she brought them in under that International Organization Immunities Act.
That would have been because those were the only things that could have actually had an enforcement arm if they got their grassroots support going at the governor level.
Yes, that goes back and shows that all government offices is under UN jurisdiction, all the way down to your garbage man and your police officers.
So we're talking Agenda 21 and probably the first onset of Agenda 21, HR 3474, the Regal Community Development Act.
Yep. And
which is in its own right an interesting piece of the law, because it repeals all of the banking laws right on section, I think, 300. All of the banking laws, the UCC laws. That's where they start changing this word here and that word there.
And this is what we need to expose, and this is what the people are not aware of, and this is what we're coming in and doing in the court in D.C. is when I file paperwork in, I'm not filing paperwork in to be honorable with these people. I'm filing paperwork in to show their corruption and show their fraud.
Right, because there is something good inside that machine.
Yeah.
There are good people out there, and what you're doing is making sure that the corrupt people know we see you, and we understand your game, and we're going to play your game at your level and better, because we know there are good people in those offices who can hear what we're saying and can say, you know what, I can let this document pass. I can make a choice to not support a corrupt system and begin to make a niche for a non-corrupt system to breathe and thrive.
Yeah. We're giving them the opportunity to change their ways by exposing it. And see, the thing of it is, with Harvey, with what we're doing, Harvey and I create the documents. Harvey comes in, corrects my grammar, puts in my punctuations, and he tightens everything up for me. And then once we get it done, I get it mailed off. We post it out on our site. So whether the court puts it on the docket sheet or not is not the issue. We made it public record anyhow because we're posting it out on the internet.
Are you acting as your own court of record?
Yes, we are.
Okay. It's important because your own court of record is really, really important here, because they're trying to. It's so vital that people understand this basic stuff. So, Rebecca, are you there? I'd like to bring you in here for a second.
I'm here. Yes.
So let's talk some of the beginnings of what it means that a corporate state, a corporate entity, and how that affects us at the local level, because it's the corporate offices that are giving us speeding tickets, that are giving bills, that are giving all this different stuff. So let's look at what this corporation was supposed to be, what it's actually turned into, and how we can begin to educate and realign court systems and people's perception of particular types of courts.
Okay, one of the most important distinctions that we have been able to make as we're figuring out what we're dealing with the court system. When you get a common traffic ticket, you're brought in as a criminal. Well, when you really begin to understand the legal format, the framework that we're under, there is only one place in any of our information that you can be drug in as a criminal. So that's where we need to make sure that people are beginning to understand the difference in the rule of law and how we absolutely know the difference that we're not dealing with people who are dealing with the rule of law. Uh-oh, hold on just a minute.
Because I'm on the Google. Was that it?
Hey. We just had Jennifer join. Hi, Jennifer. I'm not.
Hang on a second.
She's just getting in there.
Are you there?
And that's the wonders of live radio and Google Hangouts, simulcast
Hey,
on
Jennifer.
TalkShoe with Rod Class. And welcome, Jennifer. How you doing?
Hang on a second. I can't hear you guys.
Okay.
While Jennifer's coming in, let me tell you something. When you get stuck in a traffic ticket and all of a sudden you get into 3 days for contempt of court for challenging jurisdiction on a traffic ticket, you very quickly learn that there is something really, really strange and corrupt about the justice system, that we have all been taught that we're supposed to be obeying the laws. So that's where we start getting into some of this problem. And as Rod has pushed the information in this DC case, first of all, most of us who study with Rod, hey guys from AIB, we're so used to doing a lot of this work together that we can begin to understand that when you're talking about Article 3 of the Constitution, we know that there is very, very, very limited power within our judiciary according to the Constitution. So we know that we're not dealing with constitutional government. If you have been to court any time in the last 10 years, you can say beyond the shadow of doubt that the Constitution is not in operation. Well, Title 28, which is the judiciary under the United States codes, there is only one form of action, and that is civil. And you get in there, as Rod explained so beautifully, with the criminal jurisdiction. It is codified for future times. So we started looking at then, well, how are we being brought in? If it's a child support enforcement, it's a criminal action. Family law is criminal. If you're dealing with a foreclosure, you're being brought in as a criminal. So we're definitely not dealing with constitutional. We're not dealing with common law. What the heck are we dealing with? And this is where Rod finally broke through and figured out that the only place that we have any standing within the courts under criminal jurisdiction is under Title 50, which is the War Powers Act, Chapter, what is it, Rod? Chapter 3, subsection 23.
Chapter 3 under alien resident, and under Section 23, jurisdiction of the court and judges under criminal.
Yes. So then we begin to start opening our eyes and saying, okay, what is really going on here? Because the courts never give that jurisdiction. They do not disclose any of this. So then we begin to understand why we can never get anywhere in the courts. We have a 97% rate where the judges act on behalf of the bankers, on behalf of the state. If you're brought in for just a simple traffic citation, who is the injured party? How is state of the injured party? And then we begin to find out that state of is nothing but this big corporation that we're dealing with. So then we're looking at this and saying, okay, we're beginning to understand exactly how we're being brought into these courts. So then our job is to figure out what we are going to do to begin to hold these agents who are acting for the corporation accountable to the rule of law, because they're no longer following any of their own policies and procedures. So this is basically where we're setting up this International Tribunal for Natural Justice. We want to find a way to have enforcement when we all are run through the courts and we're doing things like this. So this is a big part of what our whole groups are about as we're coming together here. We're getting down to where we absolutely understand where the rule of law is being broken. Now, everybody looks at me sometimes, I got really into this study of all the laws and what was going on, and people said, why are you wasting so much time doing all of this? And I looked at it and said, how are we going to hold people accountable unless we know what it is they're supposed to be held accountable to? And so as I have studied with Rod for quite a few years now, and as we've begun to really pull all of these pieces together, then we can begin to do the real investigation here that says, okay, we know where the rules are being broken. We know how we can bring in the people themselves to start holding each one of the agents accountable. And when you learn that the police officers have no more standing than a security guard at Walmart, which is exactly what Rod's paperwork in North Carolina proved, we don't automatically look at all of our police officers as boogeymen, because you know what? Most of them have families and they're just trying to do their job too. But as we begin to educate them into what's going on, because I'm just going to tell you, a lot of them don't know, and I am not in any way, shape, or form trying to say that we're trying to get into anything except finding out that there has been perpetual war declared against the people by these corporations posing as government, and our job is to come in and declare peace. Now, whatever way it takes in order for us to declare peace and to be able to enforce that peace in our own sovereign status is really what we're about as we do this educational piece here, so that we can begin to learn how to hold the agents accountable when they're not following the rule of law. So that's really what's going on.
That's right. Hold the agents accountable.
Yep.
Well, this is what we're trying to do here, because, like I said, a lot of the people, they may not know, but I tell you what, we just had a lady on, Deborah Jones, here a few days ago. She was an ex-cop. She knew, because they were taken into a back room, from what she stated. They were given that secret oath to the fraternity before they took their oath to the Constitution. When she became a lawyer, the same thing. These people do know a lot. They may not know everything, but they do know that they're not doing their job right. But to them, it's a paycheck. To me, the bottom line is you can't commit a felony out on the road. You can't commit a crime out on the road against a citizen and then turn around and charge us for a felony whenever you created felonies, because we're only supposed to be charged for misdemeanors. And this is the biggest thing that we've discovered here, is that there is no criminal jurisdiction on their side of the fence unless it is under the Trading with the Enemy Act. And this is what Deborah said here, was explaining towards the end, is that there is no criminal jurisdiction in these courts. They don't have it unless they bring us in under Trading with the Enemy Act. And that's the number one issue that we're dealing with here, because what we may have suspected, now we're able to come back and prove and back it up and shove it into their face on this. And this is creating quite a stir with them, with us understanding this.
Yeah, when you realize that you're being charged under war crimes, under trading with the enemy, you are an American citizen here on your own soil, and you are being charged as a criminal under the War Crimes Act. So one of the things that I would recommend that people do is to watch the Judgment at Nuremberg. This is the 1961 classic with Spencer Tracy, and it's available on video streaming through Vudu and other ways. If you really want to get an understanding of what's going on in the courts in America today, take a look at that movie, because the judges were being held accountable after the end of World War II because they had been bringing people into the courts and accusing them of all kinds of things and getting away with it, and the people themselves had no way to hold these courts, the courts accountable. So the United States government brought in a tribunal after the war was ended, and the whole purpose of the tribunal was to hold the judges accountable. So it's a really, really good historical document to give you some foundation for what's going on in the courts in America today. So that gives you a really good foundation for what's going on there.
And that solid foundation, that's where we can get to understand. Our country was found under a spendthrift trust. There were many more presidents before Washington, and there's much more of a vast history in which our generations didn't record or weren't written. Whatever the reason was, it's the way it is now. And we can learn what really happened there by going back into these founding documents, back to the true understandings of them, and say, what are they trying to tell us in between the lines here? And then what is the corporate trying to tell us between the lines? You know, you have the East India Trading Company, which was one of the corporate militaries the British used. And this same concept was reapplied here to the United States. And as the United States began to mature and grow and then began to rob money all throughout the Europe, and this is widely known that America became one of the classic places for taking the money, scamming the money from everyone else, because here there was free reign.
Well, that's true with what they did here. The thing of it is, the history is only recorded by those who are in charge, not by those who tell the truth. And that's part of our problem here. We have been lied to as a nation, but we have been deceived by the Bar Association because they're the one who writes the laws, they're the ones who control the courts, they're the ones who controls the censorship of what's being said. And it wasn't for the internet coming up here, we wouldn't be where we're sitting at now, and we sure wouldn't be doing this broadcast if it wasn't for the internet.
Boy, that's for sure. You know, and that is one of the most interesting things that I have found throughout this whole year. As we've been working on a lot of these different projects and things that we're doing, is the level of network support that we have out here. People who are dealing with foreclosures, people who are dealing with child support issues, you know, even just simple traffic tickets. There are networks all over the place that are working together to expose the fraud and to hold each other's hands through this. Jennifer's going to share as we get into her story. It was just fascinating to watch the whole group of people who joined in to help Jennifer while she was going through her ordeal. I have Christina Winsey and Jennifer Pippin, who will be on the show next week. They'll be sharing all of the foreclosure stories and how the networks have developed, and they're going to be connecting people to the resources so that if you are dealing with any of these issues or you just want to learn more so that you can help other family members or people who are dealing with this, then we're going to connect you with a lot of these networks out there that are doing the support to help people. That's exactly what AIB Radio has been doing. Harvey and Rod and EJ and Rudy and Carl and all of these people dedicate their time to come on the shows and help all of us learn what we need to do. Because when we face the courts, it's not fun. There is nothing fun about it. And to be able to find ways to basically stand in our own power and not succumb to these people who would enslave us. You know, that's not my intention for the way I intend to live the rest of my life. And I'm willing to do whatever it takes to work together so that we can create the world of our own choosing and quit living in the nightmare that they have tried to create for us. So this is really, you know, the first step is facing it clearly so that we know what we're dealing with. And that's really what we're finding out as we work together.
Well, not only that, with what Becca's telling you here, all right, whether it's Jennifer on a traffic ticket, whether it's Becky with her brother on his issue, or me and my DC case with a gun charge, the concept of what we're dealing with does not vary. There's one concept here: Trading with the Enemy Act. That is the rule of law that they're dragging in on all of us, because when you go back and read that, like 16 pages, it gets into licensing, it gets into registering, it gets into going back in and handing everything over to the government. And it really says you're handing everything over. They're not confiscating, because if they confiscate it, they would have to compensate you. They are using it. They're borrowing it. And this is what all of us have in common. But when they created the birth certificate, that created another problem here. So it isn't a process. Well, Rod, I got a traffic ticket. How do I differ my paperwork from that of your charge with a gun charge? Rod, I'm dealing with a household mortgage. How do I differ that than we're all being brought in under the Trading with the Enemy Act. We're all being brought in the fact that we had to get licenses. We had to register everything we own. We had to be registered at birth. Everything is owned by the government, but they're not disclosing
that, which includes that pre-birth registry, the first foot stamp.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Does it start there, or did they change it?
No. One of the things that we really need to get very, very clear on is in the War Powers Act of 1917. It's called the Trading with the Enemy Act. It's sort of interchangeable there. The whole purpose of this is the conscription of your energy for the war effort. We are helping these people wage perpetual war against everybody else. They came in and they conscripted all of our all of our property, and they turned it then into the currency so that they could run the war effort. So all of these things that have been done where they're doing the conscription of our property, turning our real estate over to the government, turning our vehicles over, turning our children through the birth certificate. However you do that, we are being conscripted to pay for the war effort. This is why I say, They
took our private paper and our private products and made it part of the corporation, and said if you want it, you have to declare yourself alive, even though we never told you to declare yourself dead at the beginning of that live birth certificate.
Well, no, there's a little bit more to it, and I think this is what Rod was getting ready to say on the license and the registration, because the licensing and the registration is where they're supposed to be keeping up with all of our property that is under their control so that they're able to use it. They were really supposed to be paying all of our debts as a result of that.
But they can still deny our registrations and license it any way they want as long as we're using Federal Reserve notes and acting as agents.
Yeah.
No, see, the problem of it is when they created that 1917 Trade with the Enemy Act, and what Rebecca was sitting here saying, it was designed to use our property.
Our paper.
There was never supposed to be a loan on it. They was never supposed to take it. They were supposed to be able to borrow on it, but it gets in there. They were supposed to discharge all of our debts. What happened here, if we were dealing with an honest government, a legitimate government, they should be discharging. The problem of it is, under that alien property custodian, when they created that sucker, and they went to the corporation side, they realized that they could embezzle out of our account.
Right. Because they had to feed everything that was going on at that time, which was all the secret projects.
There's no such thing of us coming in alive into this thing. They know we're alive. What they're doing is they're dragging us in. It takes the judge, the prosecutor, and the lawyer, the public defender, under Title 31, under finances, to write off discharge, but they got to go back in and show that you embezzled it because they stuck it into their private CAFRA account. They're not discharging the debt. So we're being nailed for swindling out of our own account.
It gets so convoluted the more we understand. Yeah, the more we understand. And we really went back to the intent of Congress. When the War Powers Act was passed in 1917, you have to go back. You're dealing with World War I. So you know, none of our birth certificates, none of this had happened yet. This didn't happen until 1935 when we had the Social Security Act. And if you go back and you read the Social Security Act funded the live births. We can trace it back to where we can put value in there into the system how they did this. Then you get the 1940s Alien Registration Act, where we are the aliens. We don't stop and realize how we are alien enemies to this corporation. They did all of this with, you know, much planning of forethought. This is not something that just happened overnight. This is something that took, you know, a long time to happen. So that as we're dealing with all of the understandings here, you can get lost, and it's like, oh, our government wouldn't do that to us. You can't tell me that I've been taught all of these years to trust and obey my government, and you're telling me that this is the level of pre-planning and the level of deception that we're dealing with. And we just simply have to say, yes, we are dealing with this. So instead of freaking out over it and, you know, giving up, then we simply say, okay, the first step is facing it. Then the second step is saying, okay, I understand this. Now what am I going to do about it? And it's really just reaching the state where we, the people, you know, we do participate. When you read the Treaty of the New Earth Nation, which I really encourage everybody to do, because for the first time in the history of our recorded history of our planet, we the people are being asked to sign a peace treaty ourselves, so that we put ourselves in a position where we're saying we don't want perpetual war anymore. We're declaring peace. And we have every bit as much right to declare peace as you did, because you're the self-chosen rulers. We didn't choose you. You came in here and you did all of these things. So we're going to declare peace so that we have the opportunity to be able to get in there and do this in a different way by declaring peace. And then how are we going to hold the agents responsible? Because, you know, you have to realize it's a big old boogeyman out there if you just deal with the corporations. But if you tie it down and you say, okay, we just have to do this, whatever is in front of us, one piece at a time, whatever is ours to do. We don't have to take on the whole world. We just have to take on our traffic ticket or our child support enforcement that is as illegal and unlawful as is possible to be, but we have to understand what's really going on down under there. And that's really what we're doing. We're just simply say, let's educate ourselves. Let's get in there. If you're dealing with foreclosure, don't just walk out of your property and let the bank steal it from you, because there are ways that you can hold them accountable to the rule of law. Working together, we can perform miracles to be able to do that. So that's really kind of what we're doing, is just getting on there, and thank God for somebody like Rod who can look at all this complex stuff and bring it down and write the paperwork so that we have a real evidence trail that we can depend on as we're putting all of this together. And so what we want to do is to make sure that people understand the foundational problems that we're dealing with so that we can do something about it. It's really that simple.
Well, yeah, because the problem we've ran into in the past with these patriot groups out here, they had good information. Don't get me wrong, their information was good. But when you went back and asked them, says, okay, how can I use this in court? Where did you get it from? Well, I got it from Joe down the street. Well, Joe down the street is not good enough to walk into court with. I now can sit here and tell you we can get into the statutes at large under the 1917 statutes and Trading with the Enemy Act under Volume 40, and let me walk you through on how having a license is not a crime. Granted, having a license at that time was a privilege to deal with the enemy, but having a license at that time allowed you to go out and do something that would normally be illegal, which is what the definition of a license is. You can do something illegal that you would normally would not be allowed to do. And during that time of trading with an enemy, This is why they handed you license. But throughout the years when they set this thing up, they knew they were going to convert this thing over. This is why they tell you having a license is a privilege. Having a license is an honor. It is on good behavior. They're telling us it came under the Trading with the Enemy Act in so many words. And this is something that we were not aware of. And the more I started getting back into this, it started to hit me. These SOBs, this is how they're hanging us. The problem is we can't get out of the system. And there's a lot of people that are trying. The problem of it is you cannot get out of the corporation because you're still in the United States. The corporation has taken over this entire country. You can't get out of it. And Harvey and I sit down and we talked. And right now it's going to be a little hard because you guys aren't going to hear him on the phone through this talk show because unless he's hooked up on Google, Hangout. But Harvey and I sit down and we talked. There was a gentleman that created, I think it was the 14th Amendment, that red book. He got out of the system. He did exactly what he wanted to do. He got out of the system. Problem of it is, when he got out, he actually got out. He can't get a job, can't buy, can't sell, because they cleaned him. There's no identification on him. And ladies and gentlemen, that isn't what we're after here. What we're after is to put these people back into the government side out of the corporation, make them go back in and discharge our debts the way the Trading with the Enemy Act says they're supposed to. Now, this is what McFadden was getting into in 1933, 1932, when he was coming in saying it would resemble a mortgage. It was never supposed to have been a mortgage on us. It was supposed to be that they were allowed to use our credit line, use our property as a means for the war effort. The problem of it is, ladies and gentlemen, the war effort. There's your key word. It was for the war effort. It was not for the personal private use, which is what they're using it for. So they're taking it totally out of context. This now violates the Lieber Code of General Order 100 under Section 45 or Article 45. When they start using this for personal pillaging and plundering, the Lieber Code gives them one avenue, and that is for the military to take them outside and let them look at the camera and take a shot. That's the only option they have here. That's the Lieber Code. That's not me saying it. That's the Lieber Code. These people, if they're going to embezzle under the Trading with the Enemy Act, they had to give it to the military. They're not giving it to the military. This is personal embezzlement. And if you really go back and read the Trading with the Enemy Act, it deals with Title 12 under that 95A under the banking. And that's all banking comes under the Trading with the Enemy Act. All of it does.
It runs the War Powers Act.
It comes under the War Powers Act. It comes back under the Trading with the Enemy Act. This is what we are missing. So it doesn't matter whether you're dealing with traffic, doesn't matter if you're dealing with foreclosure, doesn't matter if you're dealing with a crime. It all falls back under the Trading with the Enemy Act. That's how they brought us in under that 1933 state of emergency. That's how it's all tied in.
Yeah, and this is something that we really are just now beginning to totally understand. I mean, it's like this has been a almost what I would say a major piece that we have brought in over the last couple of months as we're really beginning to understand where the real problem is within the court system, which is why tying in with this Judgment at Nuremberg, this movie, it begins to give you some understanding. Now, I don't know how many of the listeners are aware that the United States has the largest prison population on a per capita basis than any other country in the world today. As you're dealing with China, which had about 1.3 billion people in their population, they had less than 1 million people in their prisons. And here we are. We have 300 million population, and we have over 2 million in prison, plus another 5 or 7 million on probation, so that we have the largest on a per capita basis of any country in the world. And so as we're looking at all of this and how the prisons have been filled to overflowing because of the War Crimes Act and because of the for-profit prisons that are tied into the international bankers, then we really do have some major problems here that we're dealing with as we're looking at, okay, how do we start holding some of these people accountable? So that's kind of some of the things that we're bringing in as we're looking at how we really do start holding people accountable to the rule of law.
Well, we need to bring Jennifer in. She's looking there very patiently, waiting to speak.
Yes, I would agree. And so, Jennifer has quite an interesting story. She has been using the OPPT documents. And Jennifer, I would love to have you share a lot of the story. She was one of our interviewees when we did this documentary to start getting some of this evidence down so that we can lay out a timeline for all of the ways that these corporations posing as governments took over the United States, so that anybody can look at the evidence trail, be able to see the documents, be able to see the black ink on white paper so that we got this in. Well, Heather, of course, was the one who followed the bankers right through the system by putting her own house in foreclosure until she could bring it down to the one international parent corporation, the Bank of International Settlements, who is the overarching group that includes the Bank of England. The Bank of England is an alliance between the City of London and the City of Rome, and then ties it into the City of Washington and the banking dynasty, so that we know that international bankers are the overarching parent corporation. Well, Heather was the one through the OPPT UCC filings that brought this to the attention of the world. And then Jennifer's story kind of takes over from the time when she heard that first broadcast. So Jennifer, I'd love for you to start at that point and then tell us how you ended up in the Birmingham jail a couple of weeks ago.
Wow. Hi, everybody. That's quite a story for me to begin with and then end up with being in jail. I'm not sure if that's exactly what people think when want to hear when they hear OPPT. They don't want to hear, oh, you used OPPT and then you went to jail.
Well, it gives you a sense of don't jump into anything until you have done the educational part first. I think that is one of the things I would like to emphasize over and over. Jennifer didn't do anything. Yeah, Jennifer did not do anything wrong. And that's going to be one of the most important things that you're going to hear through this story. Take it away, Jennifer.
Right. Well, that said, I mean, not only did not do anything wrong, I did everything really right. And my paperwork is really solid. The thing that I loved so much about the OPPT was how basically it's very simple what it did. It posed two questions to the biggest corporation that could be found, i.e. the BIS, via their own methods, which is basically paper back and forth. They posited two questions to them. Are you operating a slavery system as evidenced by X, Y, and Z? And, are you attempting to stand between us and our Creator as an interloper? Both of which are very obviously true, both of which they could not deny, so they didn't. And those who have followed the OPPT realize that by their not rebutting the statements, then they acquiesced. Okay, so everybody says, well, fine and good. So they acquiesced. Well, where's all the evidence and where's the enforcement and that whole thing? Well, let me just say this. When I read those documents a year and a half ago when they were first made public, you know, I've been an RN for 20 years. I had good credit and all of those things that go along with being, you know, a happy fat slave in this particular society. When I read those documents and when I absorbed them, it was almost instantaneous that I made the decision to unplug. And I more or less did that. I cannot say that I did that completely at the time, though I did it fairly significantly. I stopped making the mortgage payment, for which I had been already paying on a 30-year mortgage for 10 years. I'd been late once in that 10-year period, and I just stopped. Same thing with credit cards. You know, I just decided to stop it. And so basically it comes around to me having this traffic citation because in that decision to pull the plug on the monster, if you will, the next step was to, well, when my car tag expires, don't renew it, you know, and so on and so forth. I'm now sitting here having had the conversation with Rebecca a couple of weeks ago, as a matter of fact, in discussion of this whole situation with the car tag. You know, I'm an RN. I'm licensed. So, you know, there's that whole aspect in terms of moving forward. But let me kind of stop there to go back and say, as I've been listening to you all discuss this thing more and more, and the thing that keeps ringing so true for me in my own mind is how, as Rod was saying, we're all being tried as enemies of the state. So we're all really, for as disparate as our different situations appear to be, we're really pretty much the exact same situation. And the clarity for me in how to move forward and handle it is for us to literally, as you were saying earlier, hold the individual who is before us. The person who is standing before me, the living, breathing person, and that word is a blaspheme at this point as well, but the living, breathing being, the man and the woman standing before me, is really all I have to worry about. Paper threats and all that is smoke and mirrors. It's when the person shows up to tell me something or to accuse me of something or so on and so forth that I really have to be concerned, if you will. And concerned is not even the word I like to use, because I also am realizing that in the end we know that this is just a giant scam. And if we know that with every fiber of our being, then it's that much easier to let that energetic come forward to whoever's in front of us. Now then, I went before that court, if you will, at Birmingham Municipal Courthouse some 2 weeks ago, and I had presented all my paperwork before the court in the proper procedure, albeit I will say this, at the very last minute. I had done everything at the very last minute, and it was very obvious that no one who I was physically before to defend myself had any inkling of what I was talking about. That was quite evident, and it was quite a mockery in that no one was allowed in to see what was happening. I had a couple of friends who were who had video equipment and tape recording equipment, and they were not allowed in. And, you know, they tried the whole afternoon to railroad me into admitting that I was the corporate fiction. And the way it basically panned out was that we never got anywhere in any type of a trial because we never got the jurisdiction established. Because really that's the next aspect of what this all is. Okay, we're being claimed as the enemy, but wait a minute, you don't even have jurisdiction over me if I'm using the I am documents to completely remove myself, both energetically and every other possible fractal way that you could possibly hold me in here. I have removed myself with my statements. So there is no jurisdiction over me. There is none. And
other than those in a costume stage play that you're in front of a court.
Absolutely. And or those that I allow to have jurisdiction over me because I state so. And I was not stating so, and I was doing so in a very respectful manner.
Were you using a trust, or were you just saying you weren't identifying their all capital names when they identified you? Did you just go into what you were saying?
I am not trying to utilize the trust. In fact, right. my belief is that we should all abandon those trusts. I really believe that. I really believe we should abandon the notion of trying to get control of those trusts or whatever that.
No, I was referring to private trust as that had retaken your straw man. It's a different way of claiming the same thing through the IM documents when you reclaim your straw man through.
I understand what you mean. I'm not talking about trust as in do you trust me. I'm talking about trust law and a trust.
Exactly, trust law. I do agree most trust laws should be thrown out except for private trust and inherent courts of equity too. You absolutely need some trust and equity.
Absolutely. And so that being said, it's my feeling that those trust accounts that were created, that are continuing to be created by our very birth and our, parents' ignorance at what they're doing when they are told that they're required to register us, and so on and so forth. My stance in the courtroom that day never got past me saying I'm the living, breathing being. I'm not the corporate fiction. It never got past that because and it never did. Right. What ended up happening was that as I continued very, very respectfully to object at the alleged judge's attempts to continue to move forward with a trial, in other words, I continued to say I am not the Jennifer Williams corporate fiction that's listed on the paper before you. I'm the living, breathing being, Jennifer of the Williams family. I just continued to say that and say, but I'm not the corporate fiction. And so she'd say, yeah, okay, so we got that. So, prosecutor, do you have your witness ready? Is basically what was happening. And
trying to get you back into procedure, back into
right, trying to get me to just go, oh, okay, well, I'm not the corporate fiction, but yeah, okay, I was there on such and such street on whatever day in January, etc.
Any way to get a tacit consent out of you.
Right, and so what happened was that I just continued to say, I'm sorry, I object. As she would continue to move forward, I would say, I must object. Excuse me, please, I must object to what you're saying. With love in my heart, I object. There's no jurisdiction here. You've not established jurisdiction, and I've not given it to you. And she would just continue to look at me, and then she would say, continue, prosecutor, or whatever. And I would say, I object, and I just would not let them continue. Well, in my not allowing them to continue, she finally gaveled down, you're in contempt of court, handcuff her, please, bailiff, was what happened. Mm-hmm. So I was in contempt of court, criminal contempt, because I said, would that be criminal or civil contempt? And she indicated that it was criminal, and I said, where's the third party injured? And she couldn't tell me, and she just ignored me. And everyone in that room was paying attention to what I was doing and the energy that I was bringing in there, but they were confused. They didn't understand. All they knew was that, oh, here's another one of those sovereigns, or some such. They really didn't get it. However, I had quite a bit of sympathy from both the bailiff and at least a couple of the other officers in the courtroom. The bailiff in particular, he handcuffed me. He led me back to the holding cell or whatever it is they call it, and he just kept looking at me just like, I'm so sorry, that I have to do this, and and I just said to him, it's okay. I said, what I'd like for you to do, though, is to recognize that the reason that I'm here doesn't really have anything to do with this alleged traffic ticket, and it has everything to do with if you have a family member who has a home in foreclosure, or if you have a son or a grandson who has a student loan debt that is insurmountable, and they're finding that these companies are trying to, garnish their wages for these things. I said, it seems like I'm here about a traffic ticket, but I'm actually here about quite a bit more. And I was able to tell that to the bailiff that day and have him hear me, at least insofar as the energetic feeling that I brought to the situation. I never became, enraged. I never became out of line. I never resisted physically any type of pressure that they put on me, i.e. the handcuffs and everything. And I basically just kept it nice and smiley, insofar as I could, while continuing very strenuously to say, with love in my heart, I must object. There's no jurisdiction. You have not established jurisdiction, and you cannot continue with a trial until you have established jurisdiction. And my paperwork will show that you have no jurisdiction. And there was nothing else for her to do other than to subvert rule of law and do something illegal, such as...
Can I ask a question about the judge?
Certainly, yeah.
Was she a bar attorney before that, a prosecutor?
That I cannot tell you about her, and I honestly haven't done any research on her before or since. That's a very good question. I don't know.
Because her words to you are important of who she was before, because it still applies to who she is. Whether she knows what she's doing or not doesn't matter.
Uh-huh. Can you explain a little bit more what you mean by that?
Rod, can you come in here for a second? We can talk about those judges that have oaths and bonds based off of what the county auditor or county coroner is recording in the court recorders. Your mayor's court judge. You there, Rod? Versus a federal judge that has been approved by a president.
Right, as in the municipal judges and things of that nature.
Right.
All right, I
had different standing. Yeah.
The problem of it is, like, all of us, we're sitting here talking. We're still going back under the concept that we're dealing with a legitimate government.
Right, and we're not.
I very much agree. They are not legitimate in any way, shape, or form. And
this is part of the problem, that we want to believe that they're legitimate. We're giving them legitimacy, and we're not really recognizing them as outlaws, as a corporate takeover of this country. Now, granted, on election day, or when they've been appointed, were they given an oath? Yes. Were they proper? More than likely not. Mm-hmm. Because under Title 22, CFR 92.12 to 92.30, it walks you through that the person who gave them their oath has to sign it. The person taking the oath has to sign it. It has to be signed and notarized by a notary, and then it has to be filed properly into the court or into the Secretary of State. And 9 times out of 10, at least 2 or 3 signatures is missing off of this, because when they do their oath, they type their name in and they're not writing it in to start with. Mm-hmm. So we're not dealing with a legitimacy problem here with a lawful government. And we keep wanting to believe that this is what we're walking into, because we said this is a court, he is a judge. We're giving them far too much credit, but it goes back into the brainwashing that we have had for respect, a courtesy for that position that's supposed to be constitutional, and we're not nailing them on the reality of what we've been discovering here in the last month of the Trading with the Enemy Act on this side, because they don't have jurisdiction, but they do have it under the Trading with the Enemy Act. That's our number one problem here. When they're bringing us in as war crimes, it's like I explained here earlier today. For those that were in the military, think of this as being captured during Vietnam Afghanistan. You're in a prisoner of war camp. You're being tried for a war crime in that country. Asking for a jury of your peers just don't work. Asking for subject matter jurisdiction don't work. Why? Because we're charged for war crimes. And this is something that we've never really concentrated on and really grasped of what is happening to us in these courts.
Reservation of right doesn't work.
Is the fact that we're being brought in as an enemy, and they're not telling us this or not disclosing this. So we are trying to come in honor. We're trying to challenge the jurisdiction, which is the proper thing to do, because this is what we've been taught throughout the years of the Patriot movement. Challenge their jurisdiction, challenge their position. You know, we're not that all capital name. It doesn't. What we're finding out, none of this really means anything under the Trading with the Enemy Act. It's the fact that they're dragging us in as enemies of the state because, number one, we have a birth certificate. Number two, we have a license. Number three, our property is registered to them, or we was registered to them at birth. But see, now we're coming in as wards of the state in one sense, to where they can't bring charges against theirself, because the United States can't bring itself in and sue itself. If we're wards of the state, they can't sue the state to embezzle our account. This is where the corporation is dragging us in under that false pretense of the state of bringing us in, handing us one of their attorneys that's working on the constitutional side technically in order to hold that position, but he's not bringing any of this stuff up, and we're getting our butts handed to us so they can embezzle. This is where we're really making a lot of our mistakes. This is where we're making our mistakes. We're wanting to believe that they are a government because they hold that position that we gave to them on November 2nd from 9 to 9. Not realizing what we've just discovered is we're being dragged in on the enemy side of this thing. And it's really going to take the people to walk in, because the reality of it is these people do not have subject matter. They do not have jurisdiction. Our problem of it is, do we want to push the envelope and turn around and walk out of that courtroom because we know they don't have it, knowing that we could get our legs broke or we could be shot in the back for walking out of a courtroom? This is our dilemma that we're running into. This is where the problem lies. This is why we're doing this.
And is there something that can actually enforce a positive judgment or a positive reaction? What can enforce it?
A person's own energy that they bring into every situation of every being.
I'm fully aware of how the IM doc is. What I'm talking about is a sheriff going to step up and go to the Congress or to whoever is causing the injury or whatever it is? Who's going to do that? That ultimately is what everyone in all of these different movements need, is an enforcing agent that can say the IM documents or whatever it is that they're presenting have merit in natural law, in common law, in UCC, that the common code is adhered, and that the common facade and that which is being put upon us as lies and deceit is understood as lies and deceit in complete and total fraud at all levels.
Yes, my understanding, however, though, is going to be that the enforcement is going to have to come from each individual.
Yep.
That's what a sovereign expression is. Yes, it would come from each individual standing in what?
All right.
Their own court of record.
Right.
Okay, where it comes from, and we did, Carl Weston and I did this here several years ago in D.C. We had a judicial reform up in Maryland. A group of us went down to Washington, D.C., and we walked the halls of Congress. There was about 8 of us. It's on YouTube. All right, when we walked in to several of these congressmen's offices, the judiciary, the government reform, Wage and Means Committee, some of these main offices, when we walked in, the first thing we hit them up on was the Trading with the Enemy Act and the state of emergency. The moment we brought these two subjects up, they came out of the back room. Their normal door greeters were chased out of the front, were sent to the back, and we met with the people in the back. Several of them come back and told us, it is about time you people confront us with this information. This is what it's going to take. And while we was up there, you had the Tea Party people. You had like 2 million people. The problem of it is when the Million Man March walked, Tea Party women's million women walked up there, they stayed outside and got sunbaked by the sun. They should have walked into the Senate building and to the Congressional building and got shade, and they should have swamped the offices of the congressmen and senators and protested. And if they would have went inside and made their remarks and made their demands, you would see a change in the system. As long as we're going to stand outside and we're going to wave our flags outside, and these people looking out the windows laughing at us because we're not coming into the building, they're happy with this. But because a small group of us with a camera went in and talked and laid out the congressional records of the Trading with the Enemy Act, the state of emergency side of this thing, and we started explaining it to them, this got their attention because we knew, and they said, it's about time you people come in and confront us with our own documents. That's what we need. We don't need somebody to come out and go do it for us. We have to do it as a group of people. We need to get a group together like the Tea Parties, of the Million Man, or the Million Moms. We need to get the million people to walk the halls and protest. That's how to fix the problem. Sitting out here isn't going to fix it. We can do all the paperwork, and we need to expose this in the courts, and that's the fact. We need to expose their corruption in the courtroom, and the more people that exposes it, it's going to make them nervous. But we have been taught through the different movements, if we come in honor and we deal in honor, then they'll treat us with respect. If you are a prisoner in a POW camp, try to talk to the commanding officer and say, I want respect here. I want my sovereignty recognized in your prison camp. They're going to laugh at you. They're going to stick you in a hot box, or they're going to stick you in pig slop, and there's your sovereignty. And that's what we're
pig slop. I got a question. It comes down to when this country was started. I understand the Military Powers Act. They needed that after they set us up in the 20s, 30s, 40s with all that other stuff, so that when, after many major wars, they would do what? Have a system in which who's in charge? The corporations. What are the corporations doing? There's 1,186 corporations that own 90% of the wealth worldwide. You know, there's corporations that have more than countries. We understand this. Let's get back to these founding fathers, these founding concepts, this spendthrift trust that we started on. The War Powers Act, how does that treat, I mean, are they making us look at indigenous people so that they can do whatever they want us? I mean, this War Powers Act, I mean, I get it, but as the original citizens, where did it change?
It changed when they really kicked into corporation in 1953.
Okay.
Because if you really check back prior to that, we were still running pretty much a legitimate government. But in 1953, when Eisenhower created that gold fringe flag and stuck it in the courts, this is when the corporations really came into power. And this is when they started switching everything over. I'm trying to get somebody to do some checking on when the CAFR counts popped into place.
I think that's with the Dick Act, honestly, because the Dick Act was supposed to be able to fund private militias based off of the state, and the state was not supposed to have any parts of it.
No, the 1902 Dick Act, what it did, it went in and it invalidated all the so-called gun laws in this country. It created the 3 forms of militia. which was your national militia, which was your Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine.
Right.
It created your state militia, which was your National Guard, which is never supposed to leave this country. They're
Right.
not supposed to leave their state and be
Right.
sent overseas. But the third, it created the unorganized militia, which is you and I, and it allowed you and I to have the same type of military weaponry that the military has, because if we were invaded, we had to be able to defend our home front, because we were the first line of defense in this country.
Right.
That's where the Dick Act come in. What happened here in 1934 goes back to the gangsters of the 20s, where they were coming in with sawed-off shotguns, they was coming in with Tommy guns, they was coming with silencers, and they were taking out each other, but they was killing a lot of innocent bystanders. So Congress had to restrict a certain amount of weaponry being portrayed. But the thing of it is, when you go back and read the National Firearms Act of 1934, it goes in and it defines under Section A that a firearm is a sawed-off shotgun of a barrel of 18 inches or less, full overall length less than 26, a sawed-off rifle of 16 inches, overall length less than 26, a fully automatic machine gun, and a silencer. This is what is classified as a firearm. But if you go back and read the definition of the word person, and this is where it comes in with all the federal statutes, under that word person, it falls back to the manufacturer as a person. It falls back to the wholesaler as a person, the dealer as a person, the importer as a person, the collector, the guy that is the pawnbroker. All these falls under that definition of the word person. These are the people that have to have a license. These are the people who have to have registrations, not John Q. Public. And if you get into the 1968 Gun Control Act, it refers back to Title 18-921. It talks about it, but it also brings up the National Firearms Act of 1934, which goes back through all the same descriptions I just did, and the same thing with the 1998 of the Firearm Owners Protection Act. It deals with the manufacturer. There's nothing in there that deals with you and I as a licensee in any of this. It only dealt with the corporation side. See, this is part of what we're bringing up, because what we proved, and this goes back into part of what we're dealing with here. In 1925, it is a fact that H.R. 10,000 supposedly was created by Congress. According to them, it was passed on December 7th, 1925. Well, if you get back into the statutes at large in Volume 43, it stops on March 4th, 1925. Stops on March 4th. You get into Volume 44, it picks up on December 16th, 1925. What happened between the 5th of March and the 15th of December? There's nothing in the statutes at large that covers this. So that H.R. 10,000 of December 7th was never passed. What happened here on June 26, 1926, is they put it into publication. Just because they publish it doesn't make it law. If it wasn't passed by the Senate, it wasn't passed by the House, both of them, it isn't. Even though the House did on 1925, they tried to pass it. It never got passed by the Senate. So therefore, it was never passed by both houses. It
That's the
isn't.
same thing in 1864 with the Tax Act.
That's
So
exactly.
it's more laws, so totally illegal laws with thousands of other laws that modify it that were never legal.
Exactly. So when they created the 1935 Industrial Recovery Act and the Federal Register Act of 1935, because they could not pass the statutes at large into codes, under these two acts, it allowed the Administrative Commission and the President to codify the statutes at large for administrative use only. USC codes are administrative law. See, the problem of it is people may have talked about this. I can show you where it's sitting at in their statutes at large, and see, that's where the difference is. So when you're walking in with the statutes at large, and you're sitting here showing here, 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 and here, they can't argue with it. They try to suppress it, but they can't argue with it, because now you're doing the historical side of this. You're doing the historical document. This is what we were explaining whenever I was in court in front of Kessler, when I decided to go ahead and get rid of the public defender, because I played him for a while to see how long he's going to sit down and do nothing, and I finally had to get rid of him. Well, Kessler sat down and said, well, Mr. Class, you're going to have to understand the rules of evidence, and you're going to have to understand the criminal rules of procedure, and you're going to have to, I said, okay, no problem. Well, the next time that we walked in, and she sat down and said, well, do you have your paperwork? I says, no, because your clerk of court never sent them back to me. I said, but let's talk about your rule books. And I broke the rule books out. I said, now, here is the rules of evidence, and here is the criminal rules. And then I broke out this real great big thick book. I said, now, here's the annotated that has all the definitions in it. Which one do you want to talk about? You want to talk about the short version? You want to talk about the long version? So when we started going through and started explaining the rules of evidence under 402, that the Constitution is automatically admissible in court, and that federal statutes are admissible in court, and the rules of court are admissible, and any Supreme Court decision is admissible, and we got into 501, which says the same thing, and we got into 802, which comes in, that deals with authenticity and hearsay of anything that is written, and 902, which comes into the prima facie side of this. When I started to explain to her the prima facie side of the 1925 Act statutes under Volume 43 and Volume 44, that none of these laws were passed and that they're all administrative, which makes them prima facie, she crapped, because I walked her through her rule book. I was never supposed to understand the rules. This is the whole point, because I proceeded to explain under Criminal Rule 12 is that we, us, the people, the lawyer, were supposed to have been putting in pretrial motions to dismiss the case. And they wasn't found pretrial motions in. And I proceeded to explain to the judge under Title 28, under 2255, that if this is a habeas corpus setup, if there is constitutional issue violations or federal statute violations, that the prosecutor is supposed to sit here and rebut it. And if he can't, as a judge, you are to dismiss this case. Well, when I started to explain this to her and I started to point out all the statutory violation on the prosecutor side, and I brought up Title 36, which is Patriot Organizations and Ceremonies, under Chapter 705, Section 705.03, which is disqualifications, the moment I sat back and showed that the prosecutor objected to my paperwork and sit down and said the government opposes constitutional issues, the government opposes the rules, government opposes the statutes, this now became an overthrow of the government and violation of the rules of law. Then I started to explain about the Smith Act of 1940, that this is an act of treason. This violated Title 18, Chapter 115, 2385 of sedition, treason, insurrection. This man needs to be charged for treason. Why is this man still in the courtroom? They were crapping because I was laying out their own rules, their own regulations, something that we're not supposed to comprehend, something we're not supposed to know. But the moment we start laying it out, they had no place to go. And this is what we need to come back in and hammer them on. But no, we also need to hammer them on the Trading with the Enemy Act side, because in the reality of it, they really don't have any jurisdiction in any of this. And under that Trading with the Enemy Act, that public defender, that prosecutor technically comes in as the alien property custodian. So if they're going to come in as an alien property custodian, they're required to discharge the entire case and let us walk. That's their job. That's what the Trading Enemy Act is about if we had a legitimate government. Problem is, we're dealing with a corporation. Do they have to abide by the rules? No. Why? Because think about what Germany did during World War II. Did they abide by the Geneva Convention? No, because they knew that they could get away with it. They never thought there would be a Nuremberg trial on them. They never thought they would ever be judged. And that's what we're running into here. We got the evidence with what Jennifer's putting in on the OPPT information, what I'm putting in, what Rebecca's putting in. Well, a lot of people, we're actually coming in and showing there is no honor on their side when we try to be honorable. And I'm coming in showing they're not even following their own rules and regulations on anything that they're doing. We're actually showing that they're committing war crimes on the whole side. And if we can get international attention and get international involvement with these judges that's supposed to be getting set up, we need to hold a Nuremberg trial here in the United States against the judges. And once we start doing a few judges, federal and state, you're going to see a change in the system, because you're going to see these people wanting to jump ship and get out of this country, because they're not going to want to be tried for war crimes.
Well, or jump ship and join the tribunals and put the people on trial that know what's going on.
Exactly.
Right. And I would love to have Jennifer come in and talk a little bit about the contempt of court citation and how she got drug in on this, and then let Rod sort of talk a little bit more about what contempt of court really is and how this was so against the law. So Jennifer, you want to keep on with your story a little bit there? Whoops, mute. She's still muted and doesn't see it. Okay.
I see it.
You go.
Am I
okay.
there now? Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, in listening to the conversation and absorbing more of the information, it strikes me, as it struck me that day, that really my stance isn't really any different. I have some more information now. I realize that I'm an enemy of the state in their eyes, which just provides another piece of the puzzle for my own ammunition, if you will, it seems. However, it still seems that my position would remain the same. There's no jurisdiction, and as I asked the judge that day, I said, I don't know who you are. I said, you've told, and everyone sort of laughed, and said, oh, well, she's the judge, and I said, yes, but that's what she's told me. I said, do you have an oath and bond? I would think that this is something that you must be able to provide me with before we can go any further on any of this, whether I'm an enemy of the state or whoever. Whatever you're attempting here is really ridiculous in the eyes of just the community at large, and it seems to me that a case such as mine, where the ridiculousness of being jailed for 3 days because I disputed the jurisdiction regarding an expired tag, if we can get enough energy behind that absurdity, that to me seems to be the driving force that we need. She had no jurisdiction. The court itself doesn't have the jurisdiction, and she has no oath and bond, most likely. It would stop right there if all the individuals who were struggling with any of this, once they were in a courtroom, wouldn't allow things to go any further than jurisdiction, and a provision that's legally and lawfully required for them to prove that their oath and that they've provided an oath and that they're bonded.
Exactly. And here you've got so many people who laugh at us because we're looking at it and we're asking questions. We're saying, "Now wait a minute. Just who are you?"
Right,
Because we have questions about your legitimacy because we have done our homework. We
right,
understand and we're willing to ask you to prove to us who you are.
right.
And so this was one of the really big deals in this judgment at Nuremberg. It
Mhm.
was the people themselves who participated by their silence. I don't care if they smelled what was going on in Germany, whatever. The people themselves were complicit in this because they weren't willing to
Mhm.
ask the questions.
Mhm.
So it seems that those of us who are on this sovereignty path, we're the ones who are not only willing to ask the questions, we're willing to get in there and we're willing to dig, just like Andrew has done with his galactic historian, just like Rod has done and I have done as we've researched all of this so that we have a thorough understanding. So as you came in front of that judge, that was really quite an experience for you to have to face it like that, wasn't it? To see what was going on in the courtroom around you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so thankful for the experience, honestly, because it really demystified so many things for me. And for as difficult an experience as going to jail for 3 days was, it was also quite eye-opening in just having the experience of being subjected to having every right, even if it's just an assumed or a presumed right that most of us walking the streets are enjoying, um, to have the dignity of the everyday freedom literally stripped away from me for 72 hours um, was quite profound. The banging on the cell door at 4 a.m. to wake everyone up and making us sit on the floor and on a hard concrete floor with no tables to eat lunch, because there's not enough places for people to sit, and an open toilet that won't flush, and just really terrible, awful conditions um, that were obviously designed to do nothing more than intimidate me, and I'm certain that the hope of the judge and the cast of characters who are the players on that stage are probably the feeling that I have is that they most likely think that I'm probably going to pay up and they're never going to see me again. That 3 days in jail is an ordeal for most people that, oh my God, I can't handle that, um, I'll pay, whatever. And, well, she's sadly mistaken. you know?
Well, I
you
wonder if
know?
they listen to TalkShoe or BBS Radio or Google Hangouts or pay attention to Facebook. They're going to be
Well,
in for a heck of a surprise.
they really
Oh,
are, because I'm
yeah.
not stopping. I'm
But
going to bring the absurdity of this situation to the light. And, thank God for the new information with regard to trading, with the Enemies Act and the idea that we're all considered enemies of the state and so on. It's just in the last 48 hours, honestly, you guys, I've been amazed at the the way that this information has come forward and become so much clearer for me. I understand sovereignty, and I understand the yoke of the corporate state, and I understand its magnitude, and I understand, the that most of the enforcers at the low foundational levels, which is where this thing really is held together, are completely unaware. As I was in that jail, I mean, those corrections officers, they're clueless. I mean, they don't know really what's going on. I had several of them because I kept my energy very peaceful the whole time I was in there. Um, I refused to be booked immediately upon arrival, and so the corrections officer who was in charge of booking me as they would ask me for my Social Security number, I would just say things like, "Oh, I don't feel comfortable." Again, if I give my Social Security number, that's as though I'm saying I'm the corporate fiction. All these things are all these tacit ways to trick me into becoming that. And I managed to stay calm and within myself and not give them any information. And I could see that there was an electronic pad there for my signature. And I realized immediately that with an electronic pad for signatures, that they could change anything. They could change it to say whatever they wanted, and I began to be nervous about that. And so I just told them, I said, I'm not comfortable. I'm not going to sign anything. I'm under duress. You are not.
No, you are under the War Powers Act. You're a criminal. You're a prisoner of war.
Right.
I would like to address something that there are people that do know what they're doing when they're trying to trick you. It is a common trick amongst jailhouse personnel, as well as bailiffs and people that are, let's say, bailing you out of jail. Let's say doing the bonds and bail bond. They're just as bad.
Yes.
It's just as bad. And that's a whole nother field that the sovereignty movement can pick apart within minutes and put that whole industry in the tank, as well as the debt collecting industry, all of those other ones.
Absolutely.
They fall under that too.
Just with the experience I had, I was able to see at least 2 or 3 different areas also for which the RICO racketeering concept was just so blatant. I mean, there were 2 telephones in the whole main hall where they would allow us to be, and they were all collect call only. So even if you had a coin, which they would have taken from you when you arrived there anyway, it all had to be a collect call. So if there was no one on the outside to receive your call, too bad. And the other thing that I noticed was that the expense of the collect calls. There was an interloper company called GSL, I think, Services. No, GTL, Global Tel Link was what it was called, for the record.
And then there's one for the federal one too that they charge $3 a minute.
Oh, it's something like that. It's absolutely incredible. And so whoever is the person that you're trying to call, they have to have a credit card in order to be able to put credit into the system for you to be able to call them. And so, I was making several calls out to try and communicate with both my family and then with the people that were trying to assist me. Tamara was trying to assist me and several other people. And so, those poor people had to, put $30, $40 on their credit card in order to be able to accept a call from me. And we would talk for 10 or 15 minutes, and then we would be cut off. And that would be from the jail side. That wouldn't be because she was out of credit. It would be because the jail said, okay, well, that's enough time for any one person to talk to.
And there are more and more and more examples that go even further in that, where they're cutting off attorney clients, all sorts of things. But let's get back on track here. Rod, I want to bring you in here and bring to point what we've talked about in this first hour. This first hour and 40 minutes, actually. This has been incredible conversation. Let's sum it up, because we've got another hour and 20 minutes, and then we're going to be adding another network in. We're going to be adding BBS Radio. We're going to have an incredibly larger size audience here. So this is going to be a continuous show. So let's sum up what we've gone through. The War Powers Act, understanding the country started on a spendthrift trust, and then in 1864, the Tax Acts, and what Rob was talking. So go ahead, Rob. Let's sum this up here.
All right. But getting back in with Jennifer. All right. According to the Supreme Court decisions, before she was found in contempt, there had to be a trial to find her in contempt. That is part of the regulations, and there was a law in Ohio and in several other states. In order for you to be found in contempt, you had to go for another judge, another jury, to be found in contempt. The judge can't bang the gavel and says you're in contempt and throw your butt in jail. Again, you got no injured party here. See, this is what we're dealing with out here, and this is why that Trading with the Enemy Act is so important, is that there is no injured party. This is one of the things that I brought up. And the Judge Kessler sit here and said, well, Mr. Klaas, under criminal charges, you're in violation of these statutes under the USC Code and under Washington, D.C. I says, good, let's talk about statute violations. And I started proceeding to explain where the statute violation was on the prosecution side. So yeah, this is where, you know, the Trading with the Enemy Act, with what we're dealing with, we're finding out this is really how they're dragging us in. There is never an injured party. And the reality of it is this: if they were going to do it, it's like these murders that has happened down in Texas. The proper way to do this would be for the state to bring in the victim's family and sit down and says, okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let me introduce you to so-and-so, so-and-so as the victim here, and the state is representing them in this court case. It's not the state of Texas. It is the name of these people versus the defendant in this courtroom. This is how it should be done. This is not how they're doing it. And this was what we're also bringing back in on the fact of the Highway Safety Act, under what Jennifer was dealing with on a driver's license issue, on a tag issue, traffic stop, comes under Title 23 CFR, Section 1250. 40% has to go back to the political subdivision. This is an error because the political subdivision is never mentioned in a county or state court or a municipal court. The county is never mentioned in it. The county is never getting their fair share of that federal funding under the Highway Safety Act. This is another reason why there's never a victim, because if there was a victim, then they would have to give the county their share. This is where we need to go to the county commissioners or go to city council, bring an administrative claim in, bring charges against the law enforcement, bring charges against the state on administrative claim, show where they are embezzling the Highway Safety Act, showing where they're not bringing in the proper parties into the courtroom. And this is what I've been doing here in North Carolina. This is why they're coming back and saying they don't work here. This is why they're saying they're private individuals, because if they were to find them guilty, then they would have to go back since 1968 and pay the county their 40% of what they have embezzled. This is the kicker. This is where the problem's coming in. This is why they're not doing it. This is another reason why they're using the Trading with the Enemy Act, because they don't have to have a victim in the Trading with the Enemy Act. All they got to do is profile you. Oh, you're one of them sovereigns. You're one of them constitutionalists. You're one of them people who think you have rights. So what we're going to do is profile you. So now we can bring you in under the state of the enemy side of this thing, and we can try you because we don't need a victim. This is what this Nuremberg trial was all about, was profiling. They were Jews. They were Catholics. They were Protestants. They were Baptists.
They were Aryan nation.
Yeah, they were old people. They were diseased. They were mentally retarded. They were enemies against the state. They were undesirables. And that's what we're coming into. We're being profiled out here. This is the biggest issue. And this is what people really, truly need to understand. And this is the hardest concept to get across to people until you actually been in here. But to sit down and talk about it is one thing. To show you the paperwork of congressional legislation, now that puts a whole different aspect to this, because now you can see the congressional documents of what they're concealing in these courts. This is the significance of all this. This is why it's so important of what we're getting out and what we're exposing.
With this exposed, what do we do next?
All right, what we do next?
Real quick, I got a question. It's one that I've been thinking for a while. Here at New Earth Nation, we support Ubuntu, which is an organization that can go in and replace people at the local mayor's level. armed with the information that we got from the show, what can local mayors do?
What can local mayors do?
If, let's say, we get someone elected as a local mayor, we actually have about several people that are going to be running for local offices for some pretty big-sized town. One in Redmond, Washington, here outside of Seattle, as well as a number of others, people that are set up to run this year and next year as the local mayors.
All right, I'm glad you asked that question, because this is part of what we have been teaching. It's what we've been getting into. If we, us, the people, if we could start taking over these job positions as mayor, city council, county commissioners, if we control the municipality and we control the county, we control the entire government. Why? I'll explain to you why, and I want you to stop and think about it. All these elected officials that are going into public office, what is the state, a state, made up of? Think about it. What's a state made up of? Isn't a state made up of counties and municipalities?
Constituents.
Okay, so there is no such thing as a state. A state is a border of counties and municipalities. So if you control the municipality and you control the mayors and city council and you control the county commissioners, you control the court system, do you not?
Correct.
So if you can control the local court, whether it be a municipal court or a county court, and you can control the appeals court, which is the three main courts or two main courts that you can get, because you got three or you got two. If you control the county court and the appeals court, you now can bring charges against the Supreme Court judges for the state and the federal judge in the state for the federal district. You can bring charges against the governor and the legislation. Why? Because where do they live? They live either in a county or they live in a municipality. And where are they doing their damages?
Counties and municipalities.
Now, once you control them two or three court systems, you now can bring charges against a Supreme Court judge in D.C. for corruption. Why? Because they are creating case law that is in controversy of our rights and their damages us in our municipality. Your legislators. So you live out in Washington. You can bring charges against a North Carolina legislator. Why? Because when he signs that bill, does it not affect you out in Washington State?
Yes, it does.
So this is the argument when I went into D.C. and they asked me, well, is he you're not one of his constituents? I said, excuse me, let me ask you a stupid question here. When he signs his name on a bill in California or out in Oklahoma, does it affect me in North Carolina? Well, yes, then I'm his constituent. The moment he signs his name and it affects me, I became his constituent. So if we would control the county and we would control the municipality, the court systems, we control the entire country, because now we could take out the Supreme Court judges, the federal
That's just
judges.
one county out of the 5,300 counties in the United States.
Well, that would help, but you have to control that appeals court that controls 5 other counties.
Correct. And then you'd also be able to spawn inherent courts of equity in that county, and those inherent courts of equity can get your injunctive orders to stop corporate fiction.
Exactly.
And then the sheriffs on all counties have what? Enforcement.
You can have an enforcement in your county with the sheriff that if the FBI or any federal agency came into your county, they would be immediately arrested, handcuffed, and they would have a chance to sit in a gray bar motel with an outside toilet like you have is sitting on the floor, and they would have the chance to eating bologna sandwiches with dried cheese on it, and they could have a gourmet meal.
That's right.
This is the significance. If we could control the municipality and get our people in and into the county. We'd have to control the municipal court, the county court, and the appeals court, or the county court and the appeals court. We'd have to control at least 2 of the court systems.
So more than likely, you're going to need the county court recorder and the county coroner.
Yep.
The coroner is the one that's going to be taking the oaths and the bonds of who's alive and who's dead.
Yep.
And that's where the bonds would come from. So if you have the county coroner, the appeals court, and the mayor.
Well, again, that mayor controls the police department. That mayor controls the city. City council controls the court system, because where does the municipal court get its funding from?
Exactly. Where does it get its funding from?
That's exactly right. Okay, now stop and think about this. If you control the municipality and the county, where does the state get its tax money from?
From the feds, issuing Federal Reserve notes at block grants for loans that are fake.
The point being of it is, they're hitting the county. The county has to kick in. So if you kick into the state, then the state gives it to the feds. So if you stop it at the county level, the feds are going to have to come into your town. And if you got your militia set up, or your National Guard, whoever comes into your county can now be arrested and handcuffed and taken away. And they can be disposed of under the Treating with the Enemy Act, that they don't get a trial until we get a round to it. And I've never seen a round to it.
Amazing.
This thing is this simple. If we could get our people organized to do this, we could handle this.
Well, what I would like to suggest is for those people that are listening to this call live, or those that are listening archived, to go to newearthnation.org and check out the Ubuntu papers and documents there about supporting for people running at local mayors and local office with the full support of a sovereign community to provide information, a backdrop, how to run, what you're intending to do, how to organize people. We are here to provide the information, tools, and techniques so you can stand in your sovereign power in your local community and do exactly what Rod is talking about, and exactly what Jennifer did, stood in front of a court. So instead of that, you can say, let's find someone that can run for mayor of a small county. It's not that hard. There's 5,300 counties out there.
Yeah, the thing of it is, once you control the municipality, once you control the county, like I said, you control the country. Because even the federal representative has to live in a county or a municipality, someplace in a state. And if you control that county, that public official, that federal rep, has to come home sometime from D.C. And in the meantime, you could confiscate everything he owns, and he has to stay in D.C. because if he comes back to the county, he's going to be handcuffed and stuffed for treason.
Exactly.
And it all comes back to participation in our own governance. That's really what we're about. And one of the things that's very exciting to me as I'm working on this project is setting up some of these e-governance platforms. One of our groups within the New Earth Nation, and working specifically with us as we get the logistics setting up some of the International Tribunal, we have an e-governance platform set up so that those of us who really want to get into working on participating, we have a platform so that we can gather and talk about all of these things and strategize and learn how to get more involved in our own governance. You know, we are responsible, whether by our lack of permission or by our acquiescence by silence, that these corporations have been allowed to take over our complete world. And so truthfully, it's up to us to begin to create the world that we want. And so that's a big part of what New Earth Nation is doing for us. It's getting together those people who are willing to share across all kinds of, we're such a diverse group. Yet under the auspices of New Earth Nation, all of us in our diversity are coming together and saying, we love our country. Let's do something about this so that we begin to take responsibility for creating the world that we intend to live in. And to me, that's the bottom line here.
Well, see, the problem of it is, it wasn't until recently we are discovering the truth. Now, the truth has always been out there. A lot of what we're bringing up, I have found on the internet in old postings. The problem of it is, what I'm seeing is, like you and I have talked, Becky, is you can have pieces, and I'm going to use pieces to a Mercedes. Somebody can have a lug nut and have the 5 lug nuts to each wheel. Someone can have the rim, someone can have the tire, the brakes, the struts, the shocks, the body. You don't have a car. You may have pieces, and this is what we've had through the Patriot movement. We've had pieces. Nobody's took the time to put it together. Nobody's took the time to take all the pieces and put it in a picture so we can actually see what we're dealing with. This call that we did here today with this Eric John, he laid out a lot of information on the Trading with the Enemy Act, on how the Vatican's tied into this. Now, this is something that this man did. I just got a hold of this information today. But the point is, it is out there. And it's taken us to be willing to come forward to broadcast it and put it out to the people and get us organized of what this is actually what is going on. Because until we really understand the Trading with the Enemy Act, that it was originally set up to benefit us. It was originally set up to benefit us. It was to allow the government to use our property for wartime purposes, and after the war was over, they were supposed to reimburse us for what they used, what they borrowed off of us. They were supposed to reimburse us. But when the corporation got into this, they found a way to swindle and embezzle. And now it's got in so deep for them to try to get out of this, they can't afford to pay the people. So it's easier to keep the crime going than it is to face the reality. But like anything else, like Nuremberg, it was easy to keep the crime going, easy to keep the furnaces going on killing people and burning them. But when it come time that they got caught, now the trial come in, now they're facing war crimes. And that's what I'm looking at happening here in this country. We're getting to that place where we are now exposing it. And if we get the people organized to start taking back the cities, start taking back the municipalities, these people aren't going to have any place to run. They're going to have to face charges. And it's going to be up to us to go do it.
Absolutely. And one of the ways for them to continue to hide the fiction, in 1994, they passed the Regal Community Development Act. Are you familiar with that?
I've heard about it. I'm not that familiar with it.
HR 3474. And one of the things I'd like to bring up, for those people that are available to get to the doc, we go to section 260, and you'll see words that are beginning to really change the way. And I'm going to read to section 260, section 6. Section 15, 15B1, the Securities Exchange Act of 1935, 15 U.S.C. 780B1, is amended by adding the following. The Commission may suspend consideration, deny registration, issue an order, or revoke registration as provided in Section 403. And for the next two sections, they go on and change the 1934 Act. They change the Securities and Commission Act of 1985. They go on and change the Investment Company Act of 1940, the Advertising Act of 1940, the Fair Trade and Financial Service Act of 1994, all for the ability for this thing called the Commission may suspend consideration, deny registration, issue an order, and revoke registration. And I want to talk more about those words, what deny, consideration, registration, and suspension, what that really, really means, that because this is how they keep the fiction going, by denying registration to people like us who are coming out with truth of what is going on with the law.
What I need to do is get into that document, because one of the things that I have found, sometimes when you read these documents, we're not really looking hard at the word, because from what I'm hearing is that they are trying to get rid of registration. If you stop and think about this, under the Trading with the Enemy Act, they required the registration in order to obtain the property. They're starting to get exposed. So if we would start reframing from registration, and they're trying to bring in a lawful government, then we don't need licenses. We don't need registration, because before 1917, registration and licensing was not an issue. It was only for those that were trading with the enemy. It wasn't until 1933 when we really started seeing licensing and registration on our side of this fence in order for them to create that straw man or that birth certificate for them to embezzle. So if they're creating an act now to get rid of all this, they're trying to get rid of the accounts that they set up.
Right. Because it ties into flood insurance. This is the actual act that rolls out Agenda 21. This is when you go and look at the letters of the law and everyday change, all of the UN things, all of that is because of this law right here. All the water, and basically they have access to and jurisdiction because through the water system, through the sewer system, through the power system. That's how they have access to your property. That's what this bill lays out. And there's multiple other laws that modify and change even more.
Well, see, this is one of the things that one of our researchers, Jeanette, she's popped up, and there was a lady named Melissa Sievers.
Mm-hmm.
She walked into a court, and on a wall was a map, and it had all the underground water lines, all the natural springs, and what they were claiming was ownership on the water. And because of all the natural springs running underneath the ground, this is how they were claiming the admiralty side or maritime of water jurisdiction, because we're on the water, even though we're on the ground, water runs underneath.
Yep.
That's nuts.
That's nuts. And more, the Flood Insurance Act in this guarantees the 2008 scandal that we had, because this is the same law that begins to do what? Backs everybody's bonds for court.
Yep. This is part of the scam that they're running on the American people. The problem of it is all this stuff is being done behind closed doors without any of our knowledge. They're setting this stuff up, and then they're dumping on it years later. They're enacting it. They can't do it right away. They got to put it into place to see how they can manipulate the system and get the people to start running with it. See, this is where the State Justice Institute, the Federal Judicial Center, that's where these people come in, because these are the ones that's training the judges. These are the ones that's training the lawyers on this new information on how it can be misused in these courtrooms.
Oh, yeah, misused. I don't want to go too much into the legal community development. It's something that people need to research. And for those people that are Native American, the first 3 sections, that is for you. That is how they use community redevelopment to hijack the rest of your rights, the rest of your mineral rights. Because that's what it's really about. Okay, so this affects anyone that's ever discovered Agenda 21. This is the framework that allows all that other stuff to come in and be here. It's to keep the scam up so that they can do what? Ultimately make the scam even bigger, like a Bernie Madoff, because they can't stop it.
No, the thing of it is, again, this goes back in what we've been sitting here saying, is when they did that 1933 state of emergency and the mandatory act on this, when they stripped the gold off of the people and they created the Social Security Act of 1935, and they put a dollar value on the birth certificate, and they created the birth certificate on the Alien Registration Act, we're no longer dealing with gold and silver. We're no longer dealing with oil. We're no longer dealing with natural resources from the ground. The natural resources now becomes the people.
Right, your DNA.
Yeah.
Your court of record.
Yeah, but see, now the problem coming in, if you've ever listened to some of these speeches, especially when they did the bailout, they used a phrase that we are borrowing off of future generations. The problem of it is they can only borrow so much, and they get in. So now we've got to bring in new blood. So what are they doing? They're bringing in all these immigrants, bringing in all these foreigners. They're going to give them a birth certificate. Now they got fresh blood. They got a new fresh cash crop coming in because they can only borrow so much off of us, and they've reached their limit, and they overextended their credit on us. So now they got to bring new in. Yeah. And this is why they're bringing them in for a credit line.
That's right. They used us up so much they can't even use us anymore. That we're not even worth the paper that we are represented on.
No, because now they got to get rid of us in order to dispose of us, and that's why we're going through the genocide of all the medication. That's why they're not trying to cure these. They're just giving you medication, and every side effect, they give you another medication for the side effect, and each side effect creates another problem. They're not curing. They are dumping side effects on us. And if you stop to think, this is what Germany did.
Yep.
They sit down and did genocide on the people, but we call it medical on our side, and we're federally funding them to give us the
capitalist genocide.
Yes. But yet you'll see on the news or on TV on a commercial every year and a half, did you take this? Did you take this medication? Well, we now got a lawsuit against this law firm. Well, a year and a half ago they was promoting it, but they were sitting here telling what the side effects were. And now a year later, year and a half, now they're going back and suing the company, and it's the lawyers that's suing it on behalf of the American people. If you took this stuff, it's genocide. It's legalized.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we have a question here, and it kind of leads into what I was saying. What does the difference that the USA as a corporate state brings to the rest of the equation of 253 corporate states in our world?
All right. What is the difference that the United States brings into the corporation opposed to the United? Okay, again, let's go back into the fact that we're not dealing with the United States as we understand it.
Correct.
We're dealing with a corporation, and see, this is where
a corporation that has paid the military to do its work.
Yes. This is
private contract military too, mercenaries that exist.
Well, they are, but see, the military is under UN jurisdiction.
Correct.
All right. This is the other problem that we have, is that they placed them in. See, we the people, us, we want to believe that the United States, and our United States does exist. Ours does.
We have to occupy it as I am presence beings.
Yes.
We begin to enforce our concepts, which is what the I am documents represent. That founding concept that the I am presence is here and the now, and we only judge people not in the facades and stay play. We don't need justice or judgment. We go through remedy and resolve.
Yeah, because, see, we're the government. If you stop and think about it, on November 2nd, they have to come to us. And if we're prisoners, and we are POWs, when are prisoners allowed to vote at any election? So on that November 2nd, for that 12 hours is the only time that we are set free to vote as Americans. That's where the constitutional side comes in to put them into office. And this is part of our concept, because we keep running into our mind, well, I elected you, I voted for you, you're holding a public office because I remember putting your name on a ballot. That's the deception. That is where we're getting hung up. That's where our problem's coming in, is that we keep going back and thinking that they're legitimate, and they aren't. They don't hold any proper standing whenever they're violating our rights, and we're walking into these courts, and this is something that I proved in D.C., is that they're not following the rule of law, they're not following the Constitution, they're not following our statutes, they're not following anything. They're making this stuff up, because we went back and showed they're not even following an enter of appearance into their own court cases. This is what we brought up with Deborah. This is why no attorney, no judge, no lawyer signs his paperwork. That's always that /S/. That's because they're not signing a contract. You and I have to sign. We can't put anything in if we don't sign it. They will make us sign the damn paperwork. But these lawyers and judges don't sign squat. That's why you got that little slash, and you got that S, and you got that other slash, and that's their signature. And what we found out about that is their certification for their bar card. Whenever they sit down and go into a court once a year, they have to sign an agreement that they have been trained to understand the rules of court, the rules of evidence. They know the laws. They have to sign a contract agreement that they understand it and pay their filing fees. But they come under that symbol, and it's a violation because Rule 11 says they have to sign it, and they don't sign squat.
Doesn't that same document prevent them from telling a lot of the truth of what's going on in the bar?
Yep.
It's the gag order, too, yeah. Because a lot of them know. A lot of them know.
Yep, they do. All of them know. As part of the training of all this, because we've talked to too many of them throughout the years, and they have admitted quietly to this, but they won't announce it. But Deborah, on the show here a couple nights ago, Tuesday, she admitted to this. And when I brought up about that /S/ and why they don't sign, because they don't sign the contract, she says, you figured it out. And she says, yes, everything is a contract agreement with these people. But see, whenever you're dealing with a contract under a government side, but when they drag us in, they switch over to that Trading with the Enemy Act side, and they don't have to honor anything. That's our problem. They're playing both roles, playing both sides on this. And that's why it's so hard for us to walk in and fight these people, because they're playing both sides. Al Capone had his good side. He really, truly did. Because Al Capone created the food line. He's the one that fed the people. The government wasn't feeding them. During this time period, he fed them. But Al Capone also knew these were the same people that would sit on a jury. If it come time for a jury, these would be a jury of his peers. But on the other hand, when Al Capone collected for his insurance, he may have fed them in one line, but he broke their legs in the other line.
Which is the same thing the system is doing to us.
Yes, it's the same thing they're doing to us. They're doing one thing on one side while they're still breaking our legs on the other side. And this is, the mob really taught the system well on how to play both sides of this fence.
And now we can learn from it. The International Tribunal on Natural Justice, people like Deborah, other people that want to be whistleblowers that can go what /S/ means. There are all sorts of people that will come out of the woodwork when these tribunals are up, because they do understand that they have to stand in their own understanding of what the facade is, what the fraud is being played on the whole world here. Because there are 253 corporate nation governments out there that are all doing the same thing, just in a different language, in a slightly different way.
Yes, well, absolutely.
But they are. But see, there's one problem here. When they did that Trading with the Enemy Act in this country, and they passed the Mandatory Act of 1933 under Executive Order 6111 and the state of emergency under Public Law 148 Stat C1, what the rest of the world did not know is they became enemies of D.C. just as we, the people, become enemies of D.C. And that's something they didn't realize. They became enemies of the state as well. And they were required to use the Federal Reserve notes. They were required to come under the licensing agreements with this country. So they may have been part of it, but what has been done to them is the Trading with the Enemy Act side has really railroaded them as bad, and they're starting to wake up to this fact. It's just that we, the people, are starting to wake up to this fact. And once the American people wake up and international people wake up, it isn't us that created the problem. It's that 10-mile square and those who hold up public office that has created that problem. It wasn't the people. It's the people that we put in. We don't have the government. We're the government. I love our government. It's the people that we put in that are corrupt. But the problem is this. It's like Deborah brought up, and it was like Jesse Ventura brought up whenever he became governor of Minnesota. He was taken down to a room and was confronted. He was told how it was going to be done. The biography of John F. Kennedy, whenever he was president, he was taken to the back room and he was confronted. If you noticed that Obama had to redo an oath, and what did they do? Chief Justice Roberts didn't do him out in the public. He took him to a back room. Now, that's the first time in history that we ever seen a president taken to the back room and given an oath, but you really didn't hear the oath that was given to him. And then he came out in the public and took the constitutional oath. They actually showed us on TV. They took him into a back room. Right. That's something we didn't catch.
No, people caught it. They just didn't understand it at the time.
Yes.
Because I even remember the mainstream news media made the mistakes of mentioning it. I'm like, they're giving it away there. Maybe that's what they wanted to do out of innocence and ignorance. Because, again, they're arrogant. They never thought they'd be prosecuted.
Well, I believe Obama, he's playing both sides, I think, of the fence, because if you really stop and think, his last 6 years, he's really been arrogant. And the American people have woke up, and he has forced the people to stop and think. He's done a lot of nasty stuff to the people, but on the other hand, look how pissed off he's got the people.
I want to add it. It isn't him. There are tens of thousands of people that run around him.
Yes.
And it is the figurehead office.
Yes.
Okay? With people that run him as controllers. And yes, the individual person does have individual powers, but the vast majority is brought by the secret government to that president, and he follows what he wants because he has a wife and 2 children. And let's not forget that this is the highest level of the game. Those wife and those 2 children mean a lot to that man. Okay, I neither support nor deny him, but what I do say is doing nothing in this 6 years, this time, has been the best thing, because you're right, it pissed everyone off.
Well, let me rebut that, because here in 2002, my brother and I made a trip down to Washington, D.C. with another gentleman. I successfully filed for a letter of marque and reprisal in Congress. I come back to my one court hearing in New Philadelphia. I laid this before the judge with a 1902 Dick Act in 2002.
Yep.
My attorney crapped, because when I sit down and told him that we filed a letter of marque and reprisal, he says, "What did you do?" I says, "I went down and I filed for a letter of marque. I handed it to the judge. I told him, you don't have subject matter jurisdiction because Congress stripped you, and I have it. And I want this case dismissed." Well, the CIA, the ATF, and the FBI were dogging me. They hit the different gun shops in the area. Because I was not married at the time, but I was living with a girlfriend, and she knew the gun owners. They called her and said, "What the hell is your boyfriend tied into?" He says, "Why?" We had the CIA come in and do a background and start finding out, is he buying anything? We had ATF come in. We had FBI come in. Well, I had their cards, and I called them. Well, the CIA and ATF denied. Either I had their card, they denied, but the FBI said, "Well, Mr. Class, no, we don't do anything, but you do realize what you're doing is you could get your family killed." Now, wait a minute. First off, you're telling me you're not hunting for me, and now you're telling me what I'm doing can get my family killed? I said, "Did you just threaten my family?" "Oh, no, no." I said, no. I tell you what, shoot them. Shoot my family. They're Christians. They're going to be in a better place than they are now. And the moment you shoot my family, I will no longer have to do paperwork, because I'll give you a 17-cent solution. He says, "What's a 17-cent solution?" I said, "That's what it costs to buy a bullet, 17 cents. I will do for what I was trained in the military for. I will no longer do paperwork. So if you want to shoot my family, shoot them. Do me a favor. Put them out of their misery. Put them with God where they belong. That's the last time I got threatened. So you can't threaten me. You can't use my family. And for Obama and them, with the fact that he has military backing, he's got all the stuff that he could actually use at his defense to take down this cabal, take down these people that could come in and threaten him. No, I don't buy that for 1 minute. And that's the same.
But who does he trust? If he even wanted to go against the powers that be, where would he start? It would have to be a faction within a faction within a faction within a faction. I'm looking at the mechanics of it, not the politics, not the dogmas. That's what I do. That's my special talent of looking at the mechanics. And in a world of corruption that eats corruption, there's no one person in charge of this world. It's thousands of factions, all chewing on each other, all cannibalizing each other for something. And our system shows it through nepotism. Okay? And for somebody at that level, he got put in that place. He got elected there. He didn't get freely elected. There hasn't been a freely elected president. I'm fully aware of that. And that also means that president really has no power. And he is a figurehead, yes, that deserves much of the punching bag material because that's what he's here to do. He's here to be on the TV to toe the propaganda line so that the belief system of the facade and the stage actors stays powerful.
Well, they can, but on the other hand, if he was interested on fixing the problem, they do have a place where they could stuff him for protection, and he could turn around and get an elite force, talk to the military staff, that he can sit down and say, okay, we know these are the certain areas. We may not get them all, but if we take out a few of their headquarters and we will send them a present through the air, these cruise missiles, then we can sit down and send a signal to the other side we're not playing anymore. And that's what it's going to take, because...
That's brinksmanship, but I do understand it. And I would hope that if we are evolved enough that brinksmanship isn't the first solution.
Yeah.
Okay? Because, again, doing paperwork does make a difference. The years that you have been doing has brought out a tremendous amount of truth and put people in chairs and books and started studying. And that is more powerful than a gun, more powerful than a nuclear weapon. Your sovereignty and your own wisdom learned.
Well, this is it. This is why we're trying to do the paperwork side of this thing. This is why going through the congressional records, it's not just telling the people, it's actually showing the people. Exactly. And once you show the people where the truth is at. See, this is one of the things when I went through the interrogation in D.C., for 3 hours and 40 minutes, roughly. I kept telling the FBI, the U.S. Marshals, the ATF, and all these other federal agencies, if you will give me my computer, give me my hard drive, I will walk you through the congressional records, and I will show you where this information is at. It has nothing to do with sovereignty. It has nothing to do with being a constitutionalist. It has everything to do with that you people wrote it. And I can show you where it's sitting at. And this upset them more than anything is the fact that you're able to go through because they were hoping that I could sit down and say, well, I got this off this guy down the street, or I got this off this guy over here. But when I started pointing out that I got it out of D.C., out of the Library of Congress, this rattled their cage.
Oh, yeah. It's rattled their belief system. It showed them so many times of what they were doing wrong.
And this is the whole thing, and this is why education level with what we're doing out here of trying to get the people educated, get them knowledgeable. And Becky's right that you don't walk in blind on this stuff, and especially with my documents. If you're going to use my documents, you better be able to walk and talk and explain my documents
at every angle.
Yes.
Trials, many of them, because you do not know all the angles in which they can pull you back into the fiction.
This is the whole thing. No matter where that judge tries, and this is what we did in the administrative court on the traffic issue, and I went in on, as the prosecutor said, well, Mr. Class, or the Attorney General came in and said, well, Your Honor, Mr. Class brought charges against Dallas Police Department in North Carolina, and he brought charges against the DOT, and he went on, and the judge finally told him to sit down. Well, I objected, and the judge sat down and said, well, you're Mr. Class. First off, let me explain to you that they are private contractors. I said, good, let's you and I talk private contract law. Because, see, what these people do is when they write their documents, they lay out their arguments before they walk into court. So once you go back in and read their documents to see how they're going to argue this, now you know what to go look up. So when he brought up that they were private contractors, I went back in North Carolina statutes. I pulled up all the private contract law. Well, if they're private contractors, they still have to come in compliance with the state statutes. They still have to come in compliance with the federal statutes. They still have to come in compliance with the Highway Safety Act and all this other stuff. So once we started laying this out, the judge says, oh, well, let me rephrase this. They are a public, they belong to the city office. They are a local government. I said, good, let's talk about local government, because that was another thing that he put in his paperwork. So I started walking him through the local government side of this thing. I says, you know what I did not see? He says, what? I didn't see the word police department in the local government. I didn't see DOT. Well, let me rephrase this. So every time he rephrased, I was able to walk him through, because their paperwork lays out what their argument's going to be. And once you learn to read their paperwork, you know how they're going to argue this thing. So now you can walk them through. And this is what I did with the tax deal with this thing, when I went after the tax side of this thing.
This was for your firearms case?
No, this is for a traffic ticket.
This is a traffic ticket. Did you get the QSIP numbers on those accounts? Did you already do that in that process, or was that early in?
Well, I didn't go in after that. I just went after their statutory side. It sitting here and showed.
I was wondering if you found out if there was a bond on your traffic ticket.
Well, they put a bond on it, but the thing is, on the administrative side, I charged them on the administrative side.
That's what I was going to ask, because I know there's a lot of people that are starting to flip on the administrative side and put the bond onto the trustee, which is going to be the prosecutor and the judge.
Yep. But when we went in on the tax side of this thing, and again, the Attorney General was in there. And he brought up, well, Mr. Class brought up the 1913 Federal Reserve Act, and I don't have a clue what this is, and I don't understand the 1913 Federal Reserve Act. And he brought up the state of emergency, that there was no money, and he brought all this stuff up. And after he got done, I said, I object to what this man said here and said. And the judge looked at me, and he said, what are you talking about? So I pulled out two $5 bills out of my wallet. I looked at the Attorney General and said, would you please tell the court what these are? And the judge looked at him and says, don't you say one word, you keep it.
Got caught right there.
I object.
You should have held up a silver certificate and see how bad their underwear shot up their butt.
So what we did is we came back and said, excuse me, this man doesn't understand the Federal Reserve Act. Obviously, he doesn't understand what money is. So we're trying to show him what money is. And the judge says, look at him, says, you keep your mouth shut and don't you say one word to him. So I looked at the judge. I said, would you please sit here and tell me what these are? He just sat here and dropped his head and shook his head no. I said, you're not going to sit here and answer this? So you don't know what the Federal Reserve Act is either, right? So we're not dealing with money. So how are you charging me taxes on something that you're not recognizing in this court?
And how are you charging court fees on the same thing? Right.
So we walked him through the whole process, and he come back and ruled, well, they are private individuals working on their own accord. They're not working for the state of North Carolina. We got that ruling.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what I'm sitting here saying. And once we learn how to go back and read their paperwork, because they will tell you what the argument is. And this is why when I do my paperwork, I lay in the congressional statutes, I lay out all this stuff, knowing that they can't argue it, knowing it is exposing their entire corruption.
Right.
And we're trying to discourage them from wanting to drag this thing out, because if they ever get me before a jury on any of this, We're going to be able to lay out this entire argument because under their criminal rule 12, it says that they cannot deny pretrial motions that can possibility allow you an appeal on error. So by bringing
I got a question, a hypothetical one. Let's say that judge you were just walking through decided to be sympathetic to you, and he was you. What would you want him to say back to you in truth?
I want him to dismiss the charges and hand me the head of the prosecutors and give me my crap back.
In bond? Like what? In what way?
All right.
To do what with it? I mean, this is the next step here. Let's say there was a sympathetic judge, and he gave you what it is that you were asking for. What would be the next process?
Well, basically, what he needs to do is flat out just dismiss this case altogether.
Mm-hmm.
Give me my property back.
Okay.
And go back to the prosecutor, says, you pay restitution to this man, whatever he asked for. And I put it in Federal Reserve notes. And I put in for false arrest, I was at $500,000 for the first 3 hours, and anything after that.
Yeah, like the schedule of fees.
3 hours here.
Right, a schedule of fees.
Yeah. And I also went back in. If I was arrested and I was detained, it's $1 million for the first 3 hours and every hour after that. Well, I've been going on since March 30th of last year. So you sit down and figure an hour since March 30th of last year in Federal Reserve notes. I ought to get me an armored truck down here. Ain't worth anything, but it's still Federal Reserve notes.
It's still Federal Reserve notes.
Yeah,
you can still go to Walmart and use it.
Yeah, we didn't ask for money. We asked for Federal Reserve notes, and Federal Reserve notes is not money. It's a promise to pay me.
I know.
So
I got a question. The next question: if you had held a silver certificate right up after that.
Well, if I had one, I would have. But the thing of it is, we dealt with the Federal Reserve Act of 1913.
I know, but I just wanted to throw the other side of the medals there, because it's an area people should look at. They really should. What silver certificates and gold certificates represented.
Well, the thing is, they have collected them, and technically, you're not really supposed to have them anymore out here. Although some people do, but
coin shops have thousands of them.
Yeah, but it's like when I dealt with the FBI down there and we got interrogated. They asked me, says, you don't believe in paying taxes, do you? I says, nope. He says, why don't you? I said, well, have any of you got a Federal Reserve note in your pocket? They says, what are you talking about? I said, come on, you guys got to have Federal Reserve notes. And they all looked at each other. I said, oh, that's right. I forgot. You guys get paid in gold and silver, don't you? They said, gold and silver? I says, yeah. If you don't have Federal Reserve notes, then you got to be paid in gold. How much gold have you guys got in your pocket? Says, we don't know what you're talking about. I says, has anybody got a green piece of paper that's got a 1, 5, 10, or 20, or 50 on it? And the guy pulled out a $5 bill. FBI did. I says, good. I said, now, I looked at the FBI. I said, would you please read across the top of this? What does it say? Read it out loud to all of you people here. It says Federal Reserve note. I said, that's right. It's not money. How are you charging taxes on something that is not money? You're charging me on a credit line. Go get me my computer and hard drive. I will bring up the 1932 Congressman McFadden speech, and I will show you this is not money. Would you explain how we're supposed to pay taxes on something we don't have? And they said, well, that is this conversation. They went to the next.
Right, because they can't argue with it.
That's exactly right.
And they can't even deal with it on an administrative side.
No, they can't. And this is why we're doing the administrative side on this stuff. And this is why we're trying to get people to learn to read the paperwork. Because once you learn to read and read what they put in here, they always give you the answer. They tell you how to fight them. They always do.
There's a reason why. Because that prosecutor and that judge know that there are bonds that can be reversed onto them if they don't.
Yes. So,
it's rigged against them if you know it.
that's exactly right, and that's what we're doing. So we're coming back in. It's like we got this ruling from a federal judge in Oregon. We challenged the United States codes. He come back in and he put in his order that the United States Code is not law. It is presumed law. And if there's any conflict, you have to refer back to the statutes at large to reference that law. And that's what he come back with. So the USC codes is not law. He said so. So this is what we're driving at. They always give you the answer. And if you learn to read, and I had a couple back in 2008 when I did the original Corn Novus paperwork, which was a 4-page document. They filed it into their court case in Florida. They had their kids taken off of them. James went in on Friday, got his paperwork thrown out, and immediately he called me and says, Rod, what do I do? I says, I've got a notice of felony. We put this notice of felony in, and we will put it against the judge and the prosecutor. Well, his wife went in Monday. When she went in, put the same paperwork in, the judge looked at her and sat down and says, okay, I want you to explain the paperwork. Well, at that time, I made a cheat sheet for them to use. Well, they started to explain back in Title 22 CFR 9212, 92.30 about their oath of office, that it came under foreign relations. Then she got into Title 8 United States Code under alien registration under Section 1481, where the moment they took their oath, they were required to relinquish their national citizenship. They're no longer American nationals. They're now foreign nationals. They now have to register themselves as foreigners under Title 22 USC Code, Chapter 11, Section 611. They have to register themselves now as foreign agents. And the moment she got that far, the judge shut the hearing down because she just proved he had no authority on the bench because he was a foreigner. So they shut the case down. They came back later, opened it back up. They said, Rod, there's some more paperwork from the child services. Well, they went back through the paperwork, and I showed them all the errors. I showed them how to read the paperwork and pick out the flaws what child services put in. Well, they went back into court, and they pulled out all these errors where the judge says, oh, we made a mistake. We used the wrong set of laws on you. Well, the child services did another set. Well, they called me back up. They sent it back up to me. I went through, and I picked out all the errors and showed how they screwed up. They went back into court. We did this 7 times. They finally got their kids back because the court wanted to quit playing with them because we were showing too many screw-ups and too many errors on their side. So they got their kids back. This is part of what we're trying to teach, part of what we're trying to educate, is once you learn how to read your paperwork, you can hammer the snot out of these people because they have to tell you how to fix the problem. They're just not telling you, they're dragging you in as an enemy of the state. And this is where the problem's coming in. And this is what we're coming back in. We are now hammering them. This is what we're trying to come back in and do. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, the only way that we can get anywhere here, empower ourselves, is through the educational process and getting together with our neighbors and doing the kinds of things that we're all beginning to do together. Now, next week, we'll bring in Christina and Jennifer, who have dealt with foreclosures. Now, Jennifer and Christina both are still in their homes. Christina has been working on hers since 2010. She had a lawyer who was working with this with her until she filed the OPPT style paperwork in. That lawyer quit the week she filed the paperwork. So there's some real major clues in the OPPT paperwork that we really want to be discussing more. But the whole thing is then, Christina did not know a thing about how to deal with the kinds of things that Rod is talking about tonight. She didn't know anything. She called me, picked my name off of an OPPT list where we were all on these forums together, got in touch with me, and we have become absolutely sisters over the course of this 8 months that she's been working with this. I was able to put her with the resources through Rod's network, through the anti-foreclosure network, through several different ones that we had them working with, so that Christina then could begin to start learning this stuff herself. So she's going to tell both how she got in touch with the resources, how she learned to handle this as a pro se herself, as she's dealt with this, and then how, as each step of the way that she couldn't figure out how to handle her own paperwork and how to handle all of this, somebody was there to lead her every step of the way. So what I'm saying really is what we figured out with Jennifer, and really love to get Jennifer back in here a little bit more to finish her story, because the biggest part of what we're dealing with here is learning to reach across, use the e-governance platforms, use the New Earth Nations, volunteer to help be a part of all of this, so that we can begin to connect with each other to find ways to hold the system accountable. Can't do it by ourselves, can't do it just as our own little island, you know, we're our own nation state, and each one of us is going to have to take that responsibility, but there's so much more strength in numbers, and those groups that are working together are reaching out. It's like this wonderful support group that's there, and so that's part of what we're going to do through the International Tribunal. It's what Rod's been doing for almost 10 years. He and his brother Dwight, you know, Dwight has just, we got to know Dwight as we've been doing this documentary. They've worked together so beautifully on this for all of these years. And then Rod has done his real job in teaching all of us, as you're seeing tonight. But I'd really love to get a chance to bring Jennifer on back in and let her finish telling a little bit more, because she managed to get out of this jail without ever giving her signature. And so before we get away, I'd love to hear the rest of that, Jennifer, too.
Jennifer, go ahead and take away. At the top of the hour, everyone, BBS Radio is going to be joining this call, and we're going to want to welcome them. So just kind of like 16, 17 minutes from now, I'm just going to break in and welcome everyone from BBS, and we'll go on from there. We have an incredible simulcast, New Earth Nation YouTube channel, Rod Classes AIB Network, and now we're adding BBS. We are doing it, everyone. We are bringing all the media resources here to get the stories out. All right, Jennifer, take it away.
Wow. Okay. First of all, let me just continue to thank you guys for allowing me to be on here and be my little part of the story, and share my little part of the story. Now then, in regard to the situation overall with being inside the system, and how I have realized that it is, as Becky was saying, the signature. It's the signature that is giving the authority away, that they can tap into these treasury accounts that we're unaware of, and all these things. And while I was inside and I was refusing to be booked and all these things, I refused, you know, fingerprinting, I refused photographs and everything, at least initially, and they kept telling me, you know, you're gonna have to do this stuff or you won't be able to get out. And I was trying to discern what possibly I could do. How could I sign? What was I going to do to be able to get out of there without? It was looking more and more that they were putting me in such a box that the only thing I was going to be able to do would be to perjure myself, essentially, because I'm not the corporate fiction, but yet they're telling me to say that I am. And so I was nervous for this time, trying to figure out how I was going to get around it, and what I was going to try to do, and how I was going to sign. And essentially what ended up happening on the third day, after 2 separate attempts to book me 2 other times the 2 days prior, on that last day, they called me down and they said, okay, you know, we're going to take you down to finish the booking process. And basically I just sort of stayed quiet and decided to let everything unfold before me without asking too many questions, and just make each of my decisions about what to do in terms of signing and so on and so forth as they were presented to me. So I went down and I was in the process, and whereas the day before when they were attempting to book me, they had already taken my photograph. I had allowed them to do this because so far I hadn't had to sign anything. And so I thought, okay, they can have my fingerprints, they can have my photo, but as long as I don't sign anything, then I haven't given them any permission for these things. So on that second day, when he was trying to book me and obtain my permission, I said, no, I'm not going to sign this. I don't feel comfortable signing. Oh, come on, you can just sign it Mickey Mouse, you know. And I said, yeah, okay, right. And so, you know, I didn't sign anything. And then on that third day, the day I was slated to be released, you know, assuming that I was going to cooperate, then they took me down, and as I said, they had photographed me the day before, and the process stopped right there the day before, because prior to fingerprinting me, they were requiring me to go ahead and sign the electronic pad, and that was when I said, oh, you know, no, I'm not going to sign anything right now. And they tried to bully me some more, and it went to the next day. So this day I thought, I'm just going to stay calm. You know, I'm realizing that, for one thing, my paperwork is all in order. It's completely in order. I did everything per procedure, you know, everything. And so I'm totally here, not only unlawfully, but illegally. So I just need to get out of here, because I can't do anything. I'm not helping my own situation by sitting here. So I thought, I have to get out of here. So I'll just know what to do when it comes to sign. I just trusted this. And so basically what ended up happening is whereas the day before they were wanting a signature before fingerprinting me, this particular day the corrections officer was different than the day before, and he was just chatting up a storm to other people, and he was thanking me for keeping them in business, and you know how he's going to retire in another year, and so on and so forth, without a hint of irony, you know, in his in his countenance, you know. I mean, he was just completely serious, and I just nodded and would listen, and I wasn't commenting on anything. And so I was waiting for him to say, okay, sign right here. And I had already decided I was going to sign without prejudice, you know, UCC 1-308. And I was trying to determine if I was going to put my initials or what I was going to do, and I hadn't even decided yet. Working through it in my mind, and so this time he didn't ask for my signature before fingerprinting me. He went ahead and actually fingerprinted me. And so we're standing there, and he's kind of distracted talking to someone else, and he's looking at the computer, and he's saying, okay, let me check here, make sure everything is entered in, and I'm waiting, thinking any second he's going to go, oh, yeah, here, sign here. Well, he never does. And he's never prompted to have me sign anything from there on out. And so the next thing I knew was that I had been booked, I had been fingerprinted and photographed, but I hadn't signed anything. Nothing. Like, I didn't sign anything when I went in, I didn't sign anything in the courtroom. You know, originally, in the hearing, they had tried to get me to sign an affidavit of hardship, which I didn't. I wrote my name on it and wrote without prejudice, alleged defendant, and wrote I am not the corporate fiction all over it. You know, so they had nothing like that. And so I walked out. I mean, I walked out of there. They literally let me go without signing anything. And so the only time I had to sign thereafter was once I had actually been released and was in the holding area to receive my belongings. and it was another electronic signature pad. And now, by this time I had been released. I was just getting my belongings. And so I did have to sign for those belongings. And so there I signed without prejudice, UCC 1-308, and I signed nothing else. Just that. And I left. And
on a digital pen.
Yeah.
Okay. It's important.
Yeah.
It's important.
The problem of it is, in the paperwork that you filed into the court, did you sign any of your paperwork going into the court?
You mean the things that I sent to them certified mail?
Yep.
I did, signing without prejudice and non-negotiable.
It doesn't make no difference, but you signed your name on it, right?
I signed, I am
signature.
Jennifer Williams.
They still pulled your signature. But
Yeah,
see,
they still
this
pull.
is part of the fraud that we're running into.
Yep.
Is they are manipulating. They're going to get that signature someplace, somewhere, off of us.
Mm-hmm.
And the moment we sign anything, because they will not accept our paperwork, because I've tried it. I put that /S/ and they sent my paperwork back, because we have to have your signature or we can't file your paperwork.
What if you had your name legally changed to /S/?
Yeah.
And so basically what
No,
you're saying, though, is that they have my signature for all intents and purposes for their needs, that they can lift and use, and it makes no difference.
That's right. As long as you sign it someplace, they've got it so they could use it. See, this is part of the fraud that we're running into. And this is what this Deborah Jones was sitting here saying. We contract with them unknowingly.
All the time.
All the time. Now, and whether it is verbal, whether we sign something innocent.
Tacitly.
Yeah. And the thing of it is, she had several clients that would not cooperate. The problem of it is they got their legs broke, got their arms broke, got their face broke. All right. They didn't sign nothing. They didn't say anything. But see, that's the crime here. That's the problem here. Because these police officers know if we say no, we don't sign, they're not supposed to push any further than that. The problem of it is the judge and the Bar Association covers it up in order to protect them like they did in Germany during the war. This is where the problem's coming in. This is why it is very significant that if we can get this international tribunal up, the amount of war crimes that can be put against the judge, against the prosecutor, against the public defender.
And stress that point. But certainly when you get past a certain point,
that's Doug. Don, could you mute over there? We're still finishing up. All right, he's got it. Cool. That's BBS popping in and getting their stream. So we're going to be welcoming BBS here in about 4 minutes.
Okay, but yeah, see, this is where the problems. This is why this tribunal is necessary, because once we get the tribunal in, we're not trying to take away the laws off the street, because we have to maintain a certain amount of laws on the street, and I agree with this. I believe that the police officer, the way this thing was originally set up, is there's only 3 ways a police officer is supposed to be able to stop us out on the street. 1 for reckless endangerment, 2 for property damage, or 3 for personal damage. That's it. That's on the non-commerce side. Now, if you are in commerce with these semi-trucks, all right, now they have the regulations for your speed control and all this stuff that regulate them. Again, that's for safety purposes. But the problem of it is there is never an injured party because you got a tail light out or you got a license plate light out. These are criminal charges that they're bringing us in on. This is the problem.
That's why they want the corporation to be a person, so there's an injured party.
But see, this is something that we went back in many years ago, and was it 1899, under Delaware Trust, the Corporate Trust Company of Delaware, the United States Corporate Trust, and the Delaware Trust. There was 3 trust companies that went in and created an act providing general corporate law. That act to provide general corporate law created the corporation fiction. This is where they went in and declared the corporation to be a person, but not a natural person. And that's where it started at in 1899. Because they wanted the corporation to be able to buy, sell, trade, and be able to do business. And that's how they
as well as they wanted them to start holding Federal Reserve notes.
Yes.
They wanted the banks to start transitioning out of gold and silver certificates and holding Federal Reserve notes.
See, the people think that this happened overnight. It happened a couple of years ago.
No, 150 years. Yeah, to the beginning.
60.
Yeah. Well, even to the founding of the Constitution on the Spendthrift Trust, you can see that there were 9 presidents before Washington. That also.
Yeah, and that stuff was never put in. And the thing is, the Constitution was never ratified properly because 6 groups granted it, and 5 did not, and 1 abstained.
Yeah, it was never ratified.
No.
Exactly. And it's a spendthrift trust. That's ultimately where they get us under the corporate fiction, and then they kind of do the 3-card monte on us for 200 years until they come up with ultimately what the amalgamation of the 200 years of change here.
But it's the process that the American people, we have been brainwashed. The stuff has come in very slowly. It goes back into that proverbial saying, if you put a frog in boiling water, it jumps out. But if you stick it in cold water and turn the heat up little by little, it will stay there, and you can end up having frog stew because it's got used to the heat. That's what they've done to us. Little by little, they brought us in.
Good metaphor.
Yeah. They brought us in. And the thing of it is, because of our generation, because we've been taught to have license and register everything, we accept it because that's how it's always been. That's the way of life. It's always been this way. We never realized that they were misusing the very laws that they created to manipulate us and trick us into this system.
All right, well, let's hold on for just a second. We're going to be going live to BBS Radio in about 30 seconds here or so. So everybody just take a break here. We've been going for 3 hours. We have covered a tremendous amount of subjects. Don, I want to thank you for coming in here. We have got some exciting shows coming to these Friday nights. So we've got about 30 seconds here. Just relax, everyone. Get a drink. Process what's been said from Jennifer and Rebecca and Rod. And let's think. We are the ones that can change this, whether it's a mayor's court, whether it's doing what Jennifer is doing, whether it's sitting down and studying. 10 seconds. This is the power of live radio. We are in AIB network at the same time as Google Hangouts, and we are coming live to BBS in just a second here. I'm just testing my radio voice here. And we are live. Welcome, BBS Radio, to the ongoing call. This is a show called Adventures into Sovereignty today. Normally it's Adventures into Reality with your host, Andrew Bartzis. But today I am joined by an incredible roundtable. I'm joined by Rod Class, Rebecca Cope, and Jennifer. We are here talking sovereignty. We are talking law. We are talking the corporate fiction as well as many other subjects. This is an ongoing conversation, and for those that are coming from Google Plus, or those that are wanting to find out this whole broadcast, will it be made available right as soon as the call is done. Rod and Rebecca and Jennifer, welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, Andrew. Yes, it's been a very interesting time here. We're just so thrilled to be able to share, because we're really bringing a lot of clarity to what we're dealing with as far as our courts. And what we're dealing with is we're setting up some ways that we, the people, want to have opportunities to hold the corporations posing as governments accountable to the rule of law. So we welcome everybody. It's our own sovereign power that we're dealing with here as we learn to operate from an understanding of the power that is available within our own sovereign being and within our efforts as we join together. So welcome to the show. Thank you, Andrew.
And thank you. Rod and Jennifer Williams, welcome to the show also.
Thank you.
So, as everyone knows, we've been going on for nearly 3 hours here, and we've covered a lot of subjects. So, for the new audience that's in here, what we've been talking about is literally this corporate fiction that we're living in. We're coming to the culmination point here of some of the subjects that we've brought out. We are at a point where we as individuals can now take action against the government, as well as using the rules and statutes against them. That is what Rod is well known for, by explaining to the people and in a language of the law what is being done to them. So Rod, I'd like you to bring you in here and let's sum up what we've kind of talked about with it coming the Foreign Powers Act, treating us as prisoners of war, and how they're using it against us in the bigger picture.
Okay, if you don't mind, can I first make our announcement of our judicial reform that we're going to have here on July 25th, 26th, and 27th down here in North Carolina. What we have, we're going to be at a campsite. It's called Cross Country Campground. It's at Denver, North Carolina. It's out on 150. The phone number, in order to get your site reserved, is 1-800-852-4840. What this is, it's going to be Friday night, Saturday, Sunday. Carl Weston, my brother, and myself, we're going to be educating you on foreclosures. Dwight's going to be getting into the SF-95s, where we're going to be talking about how to do accountability on the system. I'm going to be getting in what we've been talking about on the show here tonight, about the Trading with the Enemy Act, the corporation side of how they brought it in, what we're dealing with in these courts with the Trading with the Enemy Act under the state of emergency of 1933 or the Amber-Tory Act under Executive Order 6111. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a bigger picture that we're dealing with that a lot of you want to understand or know at this point, because a lot of the information that you've been given, it's not wrong information. And it wasn't wrong. It's just that they didn't have all the facts. They didn't have the knowledge that we're sitting on now. And what I mean by that, it goes back to the fact that whenever they created musket loaders, they didn't have the knowledge to make repeaters. When they created the musket loaders, the knowledge only was so far. As time advanced, they've learned to modify their musket loaders to single shots, and then it went into repeating rifles, and then it went into automatics. And this is what we're dealing with the Patriot stuff. There was so much stuff out here. It wasn't wrong. They had a lot of good information, but we're now backing it. We're supporting it. We're pulling congressional documents. And this is what we're going to get into on July 25th, 26th, 27th, which is going to be here in 2 weeks, roughly, on a weekend. Because once we start showing you the congressional document, it's no longer theory, it's no longer concept, it's actual fact. And once you start reading it for yourself and you start understanding it, you're going to get a clearer picture of what we're dealing with, and whether you're dealing with a traffic violation, whether you're dealing with child support, whether you're dealing with a foreclosure, whether you're dealing with a criminal case. It all comes under the one heading of Trading with the Enemy Act, of how they're dragging us into these courts. And once you comprehend this, once you understand this, a lot of this other stuff's got to go off to the wayside, because I realize a lot of you want to come in, you want to be honorable. You want to come in with honor. You want to show courtesy. You want to show respect. The problem, what we're dealing with here, and we all know, if we come through the front door of that courthouse, we come through the front door in that courtroom, we're going to get railroaded, because that's how it's set up. What makes you think if you try to come through the back door, or you try to come through a side door and you're still dealing with that same judge, what makes you think for 1 minute that he is going to be honorable when he wasn't honorable coming through the front door? That's where the problem we're running into. We have been taught if we will come privately into him, there is a certain amount of honor within it. The thing is, we're not dealing with a government. We're dealing with a corporation, an international corporation that overthrew our government. And the people that's sitting on that bench is under that private corporation in order to make money. So the fact, if we win by coming through the back door, it's on the fact of they allowed it, not because our paperwork was something that was spectacular that made them, oh my God, I better sit down and come in compliance. They don't have to come in compliance when we're being treated as enemies of the state. That's the biggest thing that we've got to realize. You're an enemy. You're a prisoner. And they don't have to treat you with any respect. They don't have to come in with compliance with contracts and rules and regulations, because this is not our government. This is a corporation that has infiltrated our system and infiltrated our public offices. This is what we got to understand. We have been infiltrated.
At every level.
Go ahead.
At every level, we've been infiltrated.
Yes.
This fraud goes all the way to the top, all the way to the bottom. And this is one of the reasons we are featuring here on BBS, as well as Google Plus and at the AIB Network and TalkShoe, why we're bringing everyone together from the OPP side, the New Earth Nation side, the Galactic Historian side, because we all need to know this information, so as sovereign individual beings we can make informed choices about the truth of what is going on. And what Rod and Rebecca and Jennifer are bringing here is a layer of truth that's written in our own laws, in their own experiences. And, you know, I'm well known for some of the psychic information and the galactic history, but I'm here in the present as a sovereign being myself, who also understands if I don't pay attention to what's going on in the law, and I don't pay attention to the ways they're trying to trick my brothers and sisters, I am just as much as at fault as those people are staying in ignorance, or blissfully ignorant states of being, because they'd rather believe the stage actors, they'd rather believe the actors behind the judges' robes, and say, yes, that is the belief system I go for. I am one of those people that says belief system, belief system, belief system. Those corporate people inside those judges' offices, they know they don't have a real bond. They know they have no real oaths. They all know this. The lawyers know what they're doing, and they are earning money off of us. They are putting us into corporate prisons with corporate rules, and these people are making money at slave labor. They're now employed as telemarketers. It's gone that far. Those are called work camps. Okay? Is that a far leap to call that a work camp? No, it's not. Because it's just the vision of the corporate system in which it can cannibalize its people at all levels of existence until we say no with knowledge and wisdom, until we've done enough actions, whether it's through paperwork or through protest, whether it's through drum and song or spirit and prayer. It comes down to the energies being expressed in a common movement with common people speaking the common language of truth and justness. So I'd like to bring in Rebecca here as part of the New Earth representative. We are going to be putting together International Tribunal on Natural Justice, and Rod is going to be a part of this. And let's talk the International Tribunal of Natural Justice. Sorry.
Yes, okay. Well, you can see as you get a chance to understand Rod a whole lot more that he is one of our key investigative witnesses simply because he's put it through the courts, he's put it through his own personal experience, which is the best way to learn this stuff. And then as he's learned it, he's come back and he's shared it with all of us. He's been through the fire. And so what we're doing as we find these people who are willing to come forward and bring solid evidence, black ink on white paper, so we can begin to have this evidence trail that holds the corporations posing as our governments accountable, so that we're looking at several different avenues to be able to do this. One is setting up the International Tribunal for Natural Justice so that we can begin to hold these people accountable. We're also doing things like this SF-95 that Rod just referred to, so that as we hold the individual agents accountable to the rule of law, but we have to know how they're breaking those laws first. But I also want to mention that one of the most important things that New Earth Nation is doing is to bring in the peace treaty. For the first time in recorded history, we the people get to call an end to the endless war that has been perpetrated on us by these corporations posing as governments. One of the most fascinating things, as Rod has been really working toward bringing a lot of this evidence, a lot more of the pieces have come together even in recent months as we've started this heavy duty work toward the investigation. We have pieces of the puzzle kind of coming into our laps here. And what we have understood completely is the War Powers Act of 1917 has never been lifted. These corporations posing as governments absolutely declared perpetual war on the peoples of the world. And so they're self-chosen rulers. Any way you go about it, they're self-chosen rulers. They have pulled us into their nightmare, and we have to realize that we have given them our permission to do this, whether by our silence, whether by we've just gone along with it, or whether we have not asked enough questions. So we're all about asking questions, and then we're also about signing this beautiful New Earth Nation treaty that another set of our volunteers have put together so that we have a foundation. And that foundation is what gives us the opportunity to seat the International Tribunal to begin to hold these corporations posing as governments and these agents who won't be accountable to the rule of law to start holding them accountable. And so here we are tonight. We've got people from everywhere joining in as we're beginning to come together as the people. And that's really the most exciting thing that is here for me to watch unfolding as we're all coming together with a common problem to look at how we each can be responsible for it. So that's the most exciting part of it to me as we're working within New Earth Nation and the peace treaty that we're all invited to sign as the people, that we have the opportunity to seat this international tribunal to begin to hold these officials accountable.
Well, see, one of the things that we're looking at, ladies and gentlemen, is this. These judges, lawyers, public officials, just because we're going to have an international tribunal, we can get it together, they got to have a surprise coming here, because see, under Title 10, which is the Military Code of Justice, Section 333, when these people get tried, they're going to be tried under the laws of this country. They're not going to be tried under international laws. They're going to be tried first under the laws of this country. This is why understanding their rules, their regulations, their job description, when it comes time for a tribunal, we're going to be able to walk in and be able to charge them under their own rules and regulations under that public office, not under their corporation, not under their fictional side, but under that public office that they took and they used to obtain federal funding under and swindle from. And this is where the significance comes in, because like Becky and I have sat here and talked, when you're bringing in a judge, you're bringing in a lawyer, or you're bringing in an attorney, or you're bringing in law enforcement, there is no such thing as them having an attorney to represent them when they're already trained in the law to start with, and they need to answer to the tribunal. And this is something that Becky and I sit here and talked about, is that we don't need a grand jury at this point. What we need is an administrative hearing of a tribunal where they come before the tribunal and they justify their actions sitting on that bench, or they justify their actions misrepresenting the client or prosecuting a defendant when there was no plaintiff in that courtroom, or the fact that the police officer sit here and stopped you without a verified complaint on an affidavit and with a warrant to search. It isn't the fact, well, we need to have a lawyer. No, sir. You're not entitled to a lawyer. You committed a crime. You now justify it, because if you get a lawyer, your lawyer's going to be charged with you. Now, this, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're looking at if we can get the tribunal to look at it from this point, because what this is, the first section, is an administrative review of their action. They don't need a mouthpiece to sit down and explain their job of what they did or did not do. If they are turned around and found guilty, now this is where a grand jury would come in. The evidence would be put before a grand jury. Now they would be tried for war crimes, and they would be tried for treason. But first is the administrative side to get them out of office, to take them off the bench or take them off the street. That's the first intent of trying to do this to a tribunal.
Can this also be done through an inherent court of equity?
If we can find one that can do the enforcement on this.
What would be that requirement? I know there's a lot of Native American communities that still use inherent courts of equity, actually all throughout Canada too.
The thing of it is, these court of equities that you're walking into, who is sitting on those benches?
Well, that's where the next part is. Those courts can be spawned. It's part of the common law right to create the courts of equity when there is a corrupt government. Correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
This is where right now, until, and if we can get an international, because right now this is really an international incident.
Correct. It's a global fraud.
Yes.
Take it all the way up to that fraud.
But if we can come back and you first have to go after a civil action here.
Do you really? At the maxims of equity, you're coming with clean hands as an individual, not as a group, to do what? To get an injunctive order to stop them from violating your rights. All you really need is a place to put your whole story out without them denying you the ability to tell your story.
Well, this is the purpose of the administrative side on this. Well, we walk in, out on private, on us walk in, and we bring the claim and let that judge or let that prosecutor or let that police officer justify his action while we lay down their job description of what they broke administratively.
Right.
Get them taken off the bench, take them off the street, and then if there is enough evidence here to take them off the street, now this is where the criminal side comes in. This is where the grand jury side comes in. This is where, if we can get the international court, or if we set up a court, and at this point, once we show corruption on this side and we show where they have sold us internationally, this is now comes into where an international, another Nuremberg trial needs to be set up on these people.
Right. A global fraud. Yeah.
But we need to first show them on a civil side of administrative violations, which created the fraud on the international side.
On what the treaty
Okay.
for the subdivision was.
So once we started on that side, it already going to take about 2 hearings. And the rest of these people are going to start scrambling, because once they learn that there's an indictment going on, the rest of these judges and police officers, they're going to be one to either resign, get out of the country, or they're going to do mass suicide. And you know what? That's not
I think a lot of them are going to turn to these tribunals and start telling the truth, honestly, and hope that we don't go to a point of humiliation to how deep this fraud goes, and begin offering a place where people can go, we have compassion and forgiveness for you, it's time to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and help us see how this fraud goes at the angles we haven't seen yet. Ultimately, that's what the greatest success out of these tribunals. You get dozens of witness blowers that sit down and say, this is what I did as an agent of this is what I did as this is what these are the books that I wrote, and this is how I train people how to keep this fiction going. They're out there and they're listening to us right now, and they are one step away of beginning the process of saying, you know what, I don't want to see my brothers and sisters in slavery anymore.
Well, the thing of it is, these judges, they knew what they did when they did it, and they made buku money off of us.
Yep, their retirement accounts. Oh, yeah, we go deep into what their retirement accounts do for every person that they've smacked the gavel on.
Yeah, and so if one of the things is that they have to forfeit everything.
Mm-hmm.
Everything gets forfeited, including their own personal account to pay back everybody that they've embezzled off of.
Yep.
But the thing of it is, forgiveness has a problem here when they put people on death row and people died because of them.
You're absolutely right. And there is a layer for people like say, the post office, or the people at particular police officers who want to come forth as whistleblowers. There has to be something that says to those people that we're not going to put everyone in jail, but a whole bunch of you are going to have to really seriously think about what's coming for you.
Well, yeah, and I understand that. There has to be a certain amount of compassion here, but it needs to go on individual basis of the record.
Exactly. An individual basis of the record and the quality of work that they're bringing out.
Yeah, but the first thing we need to do is the administrative side to get the investigation going. And that's
Correct.
the purpose of the tribunal, for the administrative side to take them down to have them investigated.
But at the same time, a private court can begin taking all of the whistleblower testimony.
Yeah. If they're willing to come forward and be the whistleblowers on this, yes, it can be.
Well, I know that there are dozens out there that are one word away from saying I'm ready to do it, and a million words away from even beginning to contemplate it.
Well, the thing of it is, just like Becky and I have sat here and talked, one of the biggest things that need to be done on this is through the different movements in this country, through RAP, through the grand juries, through the county assemblies, being associated with these different groups throughout the last several years, the problem we've had here is each of these groups said we had military backing, we had this backing, we had that backing, and if we would just do this, these people would come in. And it's like I was telling Becky with this, it is no longer if the people will go do, we need the enforcement. We need the judges sitting on the bench, sitting here saying, okay, the court is open. Do you have the grand jury? Do you have the private attorney generals? Do you have the people that can prosecute? We're sitting on the ability to prosecute. We're sitting on the grand juries. We need a court to walk these people into and start the process. Don't get the people set up. We need the enforcement. The people are already here.
Right. There are private attorney generals out there. There's been quite a few people have figured out that process. So it's out there. All the tools are there, all the pieces, parts. Now we got to bring the web together so we all share a common toolbox.
Yeah, because, see, myself and my brother and a few of us, we hold position. I actually went through Congress. I hold the position as a private attorney general and a bounty hunter, constitutional bounty hunter. I actually went through Congress. I hold this position. As the bounty hunter side, all I need is international authority to start handcuffing and start dragging them in on my side of the fence.
What's international authority?
Yeah, I need the backing on this to start handcuffing and start dragging these people down. To be able to walk into a courtroom, catch a judge on the bench, handcuff him, or tell the sheriff, either you handcuff him or I'm going to, and if I do, I'm handcuffing you to go with him.
As the bounty hunter and attorney general, you
Yes,
can do that.
I can
So
do
my
that.
question is, what do you need as the bounty hunter attorney general to accept standing from a court?
I need enforcement. I need to where I can walk in and not be shot.
Okay, literally.
Literally.
Because that is a fact. There are people that have broken arms and broken legs if they don't play ball, because there are some really corrupt courts out there.
This is right now. My community knows my position. They know I could bring them into an administrative court. They know I could sue them administratively. So they have backed off on me, other than the State Highway Patrol, and he has now learned by me bringing him into the administrative court that the Attorney General threw him to the wolves by saying he's not an employee or an agency of North Carolina, so they just hung him.
Literally hung him.
They hung him. I can go after him and sue him in his private capacity and clean him.
Or you can offer him to come forward to the Tribunal of Justice and start telling the truth. That's something else as Attorney General you can begin to see as a perspective. And all those other people out there that we can begin saying, hey, who can we target? We have an Attorney General here. We have a court coming. We have this administrative. Let's start putting the plan together.
Because if I had the backing on the bounty hunter side where I could walk in and handcuff without worrying about being shot on this whole thing, see, that's the problem here. We have the ability to come in and do. We just don't have the enforcement to cover our back. And if I had the enforcement, I could walk in and do this in any court case and across this country. They know it. That's what's got D.C. worried about me.
Does that include military tribunal courts?
Yes. If we could run them under that would be the perfect thing, because they're in violation of the Lieber Code.
There you go.
Order 100. They violated the War Powers Act on this thing.
Any four-star general can come up to a private independent prosecutor, private independent attorney general like you, and go, all right, here you go, here's your protection.
That's
the military's ceding it back to the sovereign.
Yes. That's what I need. I need provost marshals. I need the military. If they would back me.
The Coast Guard's under the Highway Safety Act. That's what we need.
Well, my brother was sitting there saying the Coast Guard is under the Highway Safety Act. They're part of Homeland Security.
Right.
But the military actually is in charge, because if you stop and think, prior to the Continental Congress, it was our Continental Army and Navy that ran this country.
Right.
Before we got into the political side of this thing.
Right.
So again,
before the French came in.
Yeah. So if
with the XYZ documents. Yep.
So if we would have the military, the Army, or the Navy back what we're doing and give me the backing on this, it will only take walking into a couple courts, especially walking into D.C., and I could nail Judge Roberts, Judge Kessler, and Wilkins, and that judge over in the Superior Court with military backing, and pull them off the bench, grab my 3 prosecutors, because I've had 4 federal judges, 3 prosecutors, and 3 public defenders. If I had military backing, I could walk in and snag all of them and bring them up for a tribunal and let them explain why they don't believe the Constitution works in their courtroom and why they don't believe in the rule of law. Let them explain it.
And one of the things I would like to add in here, because we have a lot of listeners who won't be as familiar with this, what we have spent the last 3 hours talking about is how we, in these various court cases that we're talking about, have absolutely exposed that the rule of law is no longer operational in our courtrooms today. We are dealing with judges and prosecutors and public defenders who are selling the American people out as war criminals. Plain and simple, we're dealing with the War Powers Act and crimes against the state. And so we're dealing with a lot of real solid evidence that we have of the corruption that we are having to deal with. And as Rod's talking about, this is a case that should have been canceled, should have been dismissed a year ago. They have drug him in, and the expense that he's had to go through, going back to court and from all the way from North Carolina to D.C., just almost every month for the last year. And as a result of that, then he has built an absolutely solid case of the violations, of the people who have not paid attention to the due process violations of the Constitution, who don't follow their own statutes and codes. So we're not talking about something that is just little things that we're dealing with. We're talking about real solid evidence that we're having to face, that our courts are not being honorable, that we are not dealing with a situation that we can handle without taking much more stringent steps. And so that's really where we are here. We're really looking at this. We are looking at it with eyes wide open. And we're simply saying, what can we the people do? We want to declare peace. We've had enough of this war. We've had enough of having to deal with this. We've got to deal with our own issues within our own sovereign beings. And there comes a time when, as that sovereign being, you just simply have to say, no, enough is enough. Now what am I going to do to be able and willing to take a role and be responsible so that my permission doesn't continue to be for these people to declare perpetual war on the world. So we're talking about this from a very, very strong foundation that we have developed over a number of different areas with a number of different people. And Rod is just one of the key witnesses here, because he has done probably one of the best jobs that I've ever seen of being able to absolutely hold these people accountable by exposing the problems that he's run into just in these various court cases. And of course, Rod is one of the first ones who absolutely exposed the idea that these public officials are not. They're corporations posing as our government. And I'm sure a lot of these listeners are pretty familiar with all of that. But if you're not, then as you can go back and listen to some of these broadcasts or get more knowledgeable about what we're doing, if you have any questions that we're not dealing with the corporations posing as government who have imposed themselves into our government, well, that's what this investigation is about. It's being able to bring that out in such a way that people are going to have to say, oh my God, and not be able to run away from it anymore. We just simply have to follow the evidence trail and realize that, this is where we are in the world, in the United States of America, in all of the countries we're dealing with this. And so what are we, each one, going to be able to do? How are we going to help our children and our grandchildren going forward? So that's kind of what we're doing here as far as really looking at the evidence and everything that we're pulling together to start holding everybody accountable for the lack of following the rule of law.
Well, this is it. Now, this is what we really have come back in and hammered on. Because, ladies and gentlemen, there's one thing that I have learned, and Dwight and I both have done this. We do not know how to defend ourselves in a courtroom. We don't know the first thing on defending ourselves. Because in order to defend yourself, you have to go in and make excuses for their corruption to justify railroading you. All right? I'm not capable of coming in and justifying, well, Your Honor, I'm sorry I was doing 35 and a 25, and I want to apologize here. The fact that you don't have an oath of office, the fact that you don't have a bond, the fact that you don't hold public office, the fact that you're failing to disclose that you're operating under the Trading with the Enemy Act, the fact that you fail to disclose that you're operating under the International Organization Immunities Act, you don't hold public office here, It has nothing to do that I did 35 into 25. You have to hold proper office before you talk to me. So I'm not in here to make excuses. I'm in here to point out that you don't have jurisdiction. You have to do your job right first before you can talk to me. You can't commit a felony against my misdemeanor. You can't create an act of treason while you're trying to charge me when you don't have a plaintiff and didn't file a proper complaint, didn't have an oath, didn't have a warrant signed by the judge, and you're dragging me off the street. Let's talk about your errors before you even address me. So this is what I'm sitting here saying. I have never learned how to make excuses and to defend myself when it's so much easier to point out their corruption. And this is how I've always operated. If you go back and check any of my paperwork out, all my paperwork exposes their corruption. The original document that I did in 2008, the Corn Novus paperwork, was a 4-page document. And I laid it out, and a student that was listening to AIB radio on TalkShoe took the paperwork and took it to his college professor. I got a phone call because this college professor said, "Where did you get this?" He said, "Well, I got off this guy in North Carolina." So they called me. We talked for about 2 hours. This college professor proceeded to explain to me and ask me about that Corn Novus paperwork. And I started laying out the entire fraud because under Civil Rules Procedure Rule 4, under foreign sovereign immunity, if we want to sue the political subdivision, you want to sue the police officer, you want to sue the mayor, you want to sue the government, you have to sue them under foreign sovereign immunity. And that's how they come under Rule 4. You got to go through the Department of State in order to sue them. You got to get their permission to sue them. Well, wait a minute. Let's do reverse psychology here a minute. If I have to go through all this to sue them, then reverse psychology says they got to go through all this to drag my butt into court. And they're not doing it. Well, we laid out the expatriation side that we did not expatriate, and we brought in the foreign sovereign immunity side that they had to go through the Department of State. But then we sit here and explained that they gave up their national citizenship when they took their oath of office. This college professor says, "My God, Mr. Class," he says, "you realize what you've done?" I says, "Yeah." He says, "Do you understand what you've done?" I says, "Yes." He says, "You've exposed the entire fraud of the court system, that they don't have the authority to drag you or drag us into the courtroom because they're operating under foreign state." I says, "Well, yeah, I also found a cure for this." He says, "What's that?" So I proceeded to explain the federal funding fraud under the Highway Safety Act, and the federal funding says, "My God," he says, "you're now exposing the federal funding fraud on these people." I said, "Well, yes, it isn't this hard to prove their corruption." He says, "You realize you did this in a 4-page document." I says, "Yes, sir." He says, "The problem is 1 page is your court heading and 1 page is your proof of service. That gives you 3 pages. I says, "Yes." He says, 2 pages is definitions of words of a foreign state. I says, "Yeah." He said, "You did this in 1 single page. You exposed the entire corruption in 1-page document." I said, "What's your point?" He says, "Most people take 100 pages to lay out what you laid out in 1. I said, "Well, I don't have to waste paper. That's just a short version of what we're saying." He says, "You're absolutely right." He says, "You've laid out the entire corruption." He says, 99% of the people have to be let out of jail, and 100% of the cases have to be dismissed. It's in court right now because you proved absolute corruption on their side of the fence. And that was a 4-page document that I did in 2008.
And where has it gone since 2008?
Well, it's still going out. It's still being used. Some people, they do honor it. We've got people out of jail with it. But again, it goes back into the judge. If the judge wants to allow it, they do. If they don't, they won't.
If they want to be a hard ass or not.
Yeah.
Or a good person or not.
Yep, but I've gotten kids back with it. We've gotten homes back with it. We've gotten people out of jail with it. It's like anything else. If the judge wants to be honorable, it works. If he doesn't, then it don't. It's like anything else, and that's what really got me thinking hard about what we're dealing with, because I've watched all these different patriot groups come up with all this information. UCC, the private side. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. Majority of the time, it don't work. Why don't it? Well, the more I got thinking about it, I started going back in and looking at, okay, what is the common denominator here? And the common denominator is most of the stuff don't work. Why don't it work? Because we got the rule of law, we got the Constitution, we got the federal statutes, we're under commerce, we're under maritime, we're under admiralty. Why don't it work? Then it finally dawned on me about the Trading with the Enemy Act through some research and some information that we got. So I started going back, looking at the Trading with the Enemy Act, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. Well, then I watched that Nuremberg with Spencer Tracy that Becky was talking about. When I seen it, it dawned on me they're bringing us in as enemies of the state. You don't have to commit a crime. All they have to do is profile you, and that makes you an enemy of the state. And when I started listening to how they were prosecuting these people, I started looking at what they're doing to us, and it runs right down the line. They're not following any rule of law. They're not following the UCC. They're not following the Admiralty side. They're not following the maritime. They have no respect for the private side coming in.
They're protecting the fraud.
Yes, they're protecting the fraud.
Yeah, and one of the things that really struck me about this was understanding where the criminal side of this comes in. Because under the Constitution, if you go in and you study Article 3, then it becomes very, very clear that our Justice Department is very, very limited in what it can do. Very limited. There's just a very, very careful holding in of what the judiciary is allowed to do. And there is no such thing as a criminal side. That criminal side has to have a jury of your peers. There is no jurisdiction under criminal in the Constitution. Well, if you go study and you see Title 28, then all law is civil. There is nothing but civil law. And then you look at it, the criminal statutes come in. The criminal jurisdiction is reserved for future codification. So there is no criminal side in the statutes and codes. But if you go do a traffic ticket, that's a criminal violation. If you go do child support enforcement, that's a criminal violation. If you're doing the foreclosures come under criminal. Where is the jurisdiction? And so this is where we started looking at all of this, and the only place that we can find any kind of criminal jurisdiction in the statutes and codes is in USC 50, the war and, what is it called, Rod? The war and
national defense.
Yeah, war and national defense. And so as he began to lay out Chapter 23, or Chapter 3, Section 23, and we all started studying the War Powers Act and seeing how the registration and the licensing is bringing us in under that, a light bulb went off. And I'm saying, oh no, now we're beginning to understand more how this is doing. But until you really get in there and you understand your own laws and what's supposed to be going on, and then you look at all of the cases that we're all dealing with as we get together in our living rooms on Friday nights, and as we're dealing with foreclosures, the networks that have sprung up all across the country as people join together to help each other deal with this. This is a large network that's really coming to help each other as we're dealing with all of these things, because our properties are getting stolen out from under us. Our fathers are being put in debtor's prison, for Pete's sakes. Well, that was outlawed. when the original Constitution was put together. So as we begin to realize all of the things that are going on, as 97% of the cases that go to court get found in favor of the bankers or the state of or the plaintiff, and our people are being jailed more and more and more, then we had to start looking at it and saying, okay, where are the statutes? What jurisdiction are we operating in? And so this is some of the stuff that's really coming out as we're beginning to find that we have to hold them accountable.
But see, this also goes back into the banking regulations. If you get into Title 12, 95, 95A, 95B, you go back and read that. That brings you back up under the state of emergency clause of licensing regulations, which takes you right back over to the Trading with the Enemy Act of 1917. So even the banking laws are dragging us into the Trading with the Enemy Act on all this. And this is where the connection starts coming in, because this is one of the things that we brought up in a court case up in Cincinnati, Ohio, is that when we walked in, I tried to come in as the PAG on this for this couple up there, and the judge would not allow me. We didn't file an end of appearance. I said, yes, I did. I went back and showed her the end of appearance. Well, she crapped because she didn't realize that I actually filed one in. Well, they wasn't going to allow me. But the couple brought in Title 12, 95, 95A, 95B, showed that that loan, when it was signed under the state of emergency clause. Well, if it's signed under the state of emergency clause, that means there's no money. And this is what we're tying it back into. This is what I'm sitting here saying. Once you understand that the driver's license, automobile, falls under the Trading with the Enemy Act. All loans fall under the Trading with the Enemy Act. Your children, because the property was given over to the state for collateral, falls under the Trading with the Enemy Act. There isn't anything that we can't trace back to that Trading with the Enemy Act and that Public Law 148 Stat C1 under the state of emergency. And once you learn and understand this connection and how to run it back, now we know why we're being railroaded in these courts. Now we know why the children are being snatched off of the parents. Now we know why our properties are being snatched. We have a better understanding of it now because we can run it back to the foundation of how this thing was set up under the license and registration, of how they put us under to register ourselves and register everything and turn everything over to the government for it to use as collateral for its own purposes. But they were supposed to be discharging and reimbursing us at the end of the war. But the military is not getting a dime out of this. The military is being told, well, we got to cut your budget. We got to cut your budget. You can't cut their budget under a state of emergency. And that's exactly what they're doing. And nobody's bringing this up.
Incredible information. We have an opportunity. We want to bring Jennifer Williams. Jennifer, come on in.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Wonderful.
So why don't you give a quick introduction to the people on BBS Radio of who you are and how you relate to the sovereignty call.
Thanks, Andrew. I have been aware of the concept of sovereignty most of my life, and I actually am privileged to be on the call tonight because of a circumstance that happened to me a couple of weeks ago, in that I appeared in one of our municipal courts where I live in Birmingham, Alabama, and in an attempt to establish jurisdiction outside of the court itself, within my own sovereignty, I was thwarted by the corrupt alleged judge and was found in criminal contempt of court before a trial could even begin for objecting to her railroading me into her jurisdiction. And I was subsequently then jailed for 3 days with no other recourse but to accept this physical kidnapping that occurred of my body. And so I'm here tonight to try and tell my story and to make as many people aware of the level of the of the police state that we live in, and the corruption, and the information that we've been discussing tonight seems to have really congealed for most of us, even in the last 48 to 72 hours, recognizing fully the concept that we're all being tried as enemies of the state, that in fact our country has been in a state of emergency since at least 1917, and we've been in perpetual war so that we could be then considered enemies of the state and be tried for war crimes. It's absolutely absurd, and I'm doing what I can to draw attention to it. Hopefully, with a case as absurd as mine, more light can just be shined in all of the dark recesses of these places, so that we can begin to hold the individuals that are doing this in these court situations accountable, demanding their oath and bond, demanding that they prove who they are. But it will take us learning the procedures of the courtroom and learning where these statutes have been broken and just what exactly does it mean to be an enemy of the state. And so I'm happy to be on this call tonight with everybody who can join with me and join with everyone else. You know, I went to jail for 3 days, and I was in Birmingham, Alabama jail, which ironically is the same jail that Dr. Martin Luther King was in 51 years ago for essentially the same issue. He asked, you know, he said, you know, it's a moral obligation for a person to disobey an unjust law. And I see that very clearly. I cannot sit here and continue to pay money into a corrupt system that's robbing my brothers and sisters blind, taking everything that they ever thought that they owned. And least of all is their property. Most of all is their dignity and their freedom. It's gotten to a point that if we don't start seriously moving towards creating a tribunal and beginning to seriously look at these things as a collective community, then we get what we deserve. And, you know, I really want to see everybody stand up together and do something to move this thing forward and expose the fraud. So thank you all for being here and listening.
And that's why I've taken my galactic historian side, the New Earth Nation Project, Rod Class, Jennifer Williams, OPP, and brought them all into one big mega call. This call isn't about spirituality, it's about us here in the now, in the I am presence that's saying enough is enough. It's time we educate ourselves, share this knowledge and education, and come together on TalkShoe, come together on AIB Radio, come together on Galactic Historian, come together in what is the common language of working together. Right now, it's working with this administrative understanding so that an international tribunal of natural justice can begin to be formed, so that whistleblowers can come forward and expose the rest of the fraud. Rod was talking earlier about his paperwork, and that first page he exposed all the fraud. Mm-hmm. Well, people need to begin digesting that first page and digesting and understand, what if Rod had page 2, page 3, page 4? What else is he going to expose? We all know that this fraud is at the highest levels, or those that are on this call. There isn't a spot that this fraud doesn't cover in this whole world. It's a global fraud. 253 corporate nations, all essentially doing the same thing with their own cultural differences or their own locality differences. But here, in the now, right, all these beings on this call, we've come together with our purpose. We've come together with our unity. We've come together with this heart space to say it's time to share. And share at the highest levels, beyond what the reach of this radio station is. We all need to reach into our minds of sweat equity and wonder, can I share this an extra way? Can I go and pick up a book on equity? Can I go and read Rod's documents? Can I go and watch the videos on Jennifer? You can do all of that. I would hope you do it with a smile on your face, even when the information gets tough, because you are then alchemizing the negativity of what they're projecting on you and turning it back against them. Because that's what we need to do. Turn it back. What they are saying to use against us, we can use against them in the administrative. Those people that don't want to do paperwork, you can support the other people that are doing the paperwork, because it takes a tremendous amount of time, effort, energy, and spirit to stay in that. Because they're constantly trying to beat down our spirit so that we are slaves to a society that simply says yes, 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 yes. Now we say no, 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 no. We work together.
Well, this is it. This is one of the things that we've tried on our show, and I have run into some resistance. We don't need to know their laws. That isn't our job. That's for them. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know their job description, you don't know their rules, you don't know their regulations, then you don't know what they're doing wrong and how they're doing it wrong. And that's the whole purpose of us doing it. We're not saying that their laws apply to us. We're sitting down saying it's their job description. And it's up for us to walk in and hammer them on not doing their job right, point out their errors, point out their screw-ups. And it's like Dwight, my brother, that one day, he had a county judge call the house and wanted to know where he was at. And Dwight flat out told him, he says, I was in the federal court bringing felony charges against you because your felony's a lot higher than my misdemeanor. Pissed this judge right off. But you know what? The truth of the matter is the judge did commit a felony. And this is the whole point. It is up to us to hammer them. And the thing of it is, with us now trying to get a tribunal up and get the international judges up on this, by us coming in and showing, we try to come in peace, we try to come in on the private side of this thing, this was a very positive thing, because you're trying to show, hey, here's the UCC, here's your contractual laws, this is what you're supposed to be operating. On the other hand, I'm coming in under their own statutory law, and I'm shoving their own rules down their throat and their own regulations and their congressional statutes. This is what we're sitting here saying. If we had the enforcement and I had the backing, being the bounty hunter that I position that I hold, because see, I had North Carolina Insurance Company along with 12 deputies from Lincoln County snagged me. And they was trying to get me for impersonating a bail bondsman. I'm not a bail bondsman. I'm a 14th Amendment Section 4 bounty hunter. I'm a public debt collector. What that means is that we bring charges against judges, lawyers, prosecutors, police officers, anything that's under the 14th Amendment. We bring charges against them for constitutional violation, job description violation. And what we go after is the bond, is that we go after their home, their car, everything that they own, and 2/3 of that goes to pay the public debt. There's a 1/3 finder's fee. This is that whistleblower side. This is under that Title 31, Finance 3729 of the whistleblower fraud. Is that we come in, if we can take them down, then 2/3 of everything they owe has to go back to the Treasury to pay off the public debt. There's a 1/3 finder's fee. Have I collected? No. Right now, we're still in the beginning stages of pushing this. This is one of the reasons why I was busted in D.C., because we are pushing this. And they know that if I could ever get the backing, I could ever walk into a federal court, I could walk into any state court, I could snag a judge off the bench, I could nail the prosecutor, I could nail the lawyer, we could hold them accountable, and we could strip them of everything they have, because there isn't a courtroom that I can't walk into and prove absolute corruption on their side of the fence. It isn't hard. Number one, do you have a plaintiff? Well, no. That's your first mistake, because under your own rules, under Civil Rules 3, it says a complaint has to be filed. Under criminal rule 3 and 4 and 5, a complaint has to be filed. A warrant has to be issued. Was any of this done? No. What's the Constitution sit here and say under Article 4? There has to be a warrant. There has to be an oath. There has to be a complaint. Again, there isn't a courtroom that I could not walk into and snag a judge, a prosecutor, and a lawyer for civil rights violations, for violating the people's rights, and charge them for war crimes because they're disregarding the Constitution. That's how easy this thing is if we had the backing to order to go in and do it. And believe me, if I had the backing, I would definitely snag these suckers off the bench. And I would prosecute them because I could and I would. And that's why they're trying to stop me in D.C. This is why I am on an ankle bracelet. That ankle bracelet is to keep me out of Washington, D.C. so they could track me. This ankle bracelet also has a proximity meter, who all is around me, and a listening device, so they can pick up any conversations that's being said. Am I broadcasting? Yes. Is my ankle bracelet green? It sure is, because I charged it up before I come on the show, so it would be green so they could hear everything. So we're not only doing this internationally, they're picking it up at the station of who has the ankle bracelet. So they're recording this whole conversation for the last 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I hope they got a good earful.
Oh, they got an earful or two. Well, we have been going for 4 hours here. Rebecca, do you have anything that you need to bring up here?
Well, I tell you what, I'm ready for lots of volunteers to come and help us with New Earth Nation. That's one of the most fascinating things about working with New Earth Nation. We are an all-volunteer organization, and we are reaching out. We have a network that is absolutely all across the world. Rod just was featured in a documentary. We had Roger Bowman from Denmark. We had Amit Tita, who is a National Geographic person out of India. And then Trevor came down from New York. We're all working together from everywhere to be able to get this word out. So we can use volunteers, and you can get in touch with me at Rebecca@humanitad.org. That's HUMANITAD, humanitad.org. That's part of New Earth Nation. Or just go on to the New Earth Nation website and volunteer to help us. We're not just the Law Academy. We have all kinds of wonderful faculties and projects going on, everything from health and healing issues to everything imaginable. Go visit the website and be involved. All of us are working with various sides along there. So we have lots of room for volunteers. Come join us. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Rod welcome. And Jennifer.
Jennifer, do you want to give out some contact details, and Rod too?
Go ahead, Rod.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for you new people, I run a internet radio show on talkshoe.com. That's TALK SHOE, SHOE, talkshoe.com. My ID number is 48361. If you look up my name, Rod Kloss, on the internet, I'm all over the internet. I'm all over YouTube of what we're talking about. We are here to educate. We're here to bring the best knowledge. It is your choice whether you want to understand, not understand, but it is up to you to go back in and read it. I've had U.S. Marshals that have paid me a visit. I've had FBI that has paid me a visit. They have went back, looked at the paperwork, and come back and shook their head, says you have validated everything that you have said. You can prove everything you're saying. This creates a problem on their side of the fence. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is the whole point. Talk is cheap. When you can back it with black ink on white paper, especially congressional documentation, it's hard for them to beat. And what we have coming up here in July 25th, 26th, and 27th, here in about 2 weeks, we've got a judicial reform seminar that it is $200 a body to come in. That is in an RV park. You need to call in. I give you the number. It's at Cross Country Campground. It's in Denver, North Carolina. The number is 1-800-852-4666. 4840. That's 1-800-852-4840. We're here to educate. We're here to give you knowledge. We're here to be able to show what they're doing, how they're doing it. Don't believe anything that we're telling you. Read it for yourself in the congressional records. And once you see it and you understand it, your whole attitude's going to change of how they're dragging us in and what they're doing to us. This is what AIB Radio is all about on TalkShoe. Thank you.
Yeah, and don't forget, Rod, anybody who wants to be on the big list, it's Rod, ROD/class, CLASS/subscribe at rayservers.com. Give that out for Harvey. He usually does that.
Okay, Rod, can Rebecca hear me?
Yeah, good. Say that again.
All right, she gave it wrong. When she says slash, it's supposed to be dash. So
Yeah.
Rod, dash,
Okay.
class, dash, subscribe at Ray Servers, and you know how to spell it, RAYSERVERS.com.
Okay.
So I don't think Rebecca can hear me. I don't think they can hear me on the link. But you may have to repeat that for Rebecca.
Yes, I got it. And I said dash. Thank you, Harvey. I didn't say it clear enough. Okay, we'll make sure it gets posted too. Thanks.
So everyone can hear me. Let me do it one more time. The big list goes out to about 2,000 people. Now, of course, it'll be more. ROD, ROD, dash, class, CLASS, dash, subscribe, SUBSCRIBE, at Ray Servers, like a guy's name, RAYSERVERS.com, and just send an email to that. They'll send an email back to you to subscribe. Boom, you'll be on the big list. Next time the big list goes out, you'll get one.
All right.
Okay?
Thanks, Harvey.
Oh, you're welcome.
What that does, ladies and gentlemen, that keeps you updated when we're having calls, like we're having here tonight. This was gonna be a 4-hour call. Harvey lets you know when I do private calls. Any documents that I put out gets put out on the big list. There is no charge for any of our documents. I give my documents out free. And the reason why is this, like I've explained to my people, you cannot afford to buy my paperwork. You don't have what it takes. The paperwork was bought by the guys laying in Arlington Cemetery. Those white crosses paid for your paperwork. The veterans in this country has paid for your paperwork. This is the price of my paperwork. It's already been bought and paid for. So we give this stuff out. Now, the only thing that we ask, any donations that you want to give us, the donation comes into P.O. Box 435, High, H-I-G-H, High Shoals, S-H-O-A-L-S, High Shoals, North Carolina, 28077. The donations help pay for the paperwork, the filing that we're filing into the D.C., into the administrative cases. It pays for the ink. It pays for the paper. It pays for any repairs that need to be done, any hacking. It pays for the trips back and forth to D.C. This is what the donations are for. But we hand you out the paperwork, and anybody that wants a external hard drive information, you get the hard drive. You send it to me prepaid. I'll send it back to you. You're going to get about 350 gigs of information of all my research that we have collected off of all of the people that has given me information for us to put this thing together. You're getting close to about $60,000 to $70,000 worth of information for a donation for the information. And like I said, when you send me an external hard drive, make it prepaid to and from. I don't pay for hard drives, send it out to people. I can't afford it. So this is how this thing works. Like I said, AIB Radio is here for education. We're here for knowledge. Download the archives. Get into it. Listen to what we've talked about. Get out on the big list. Harvey sends out all this information. The latest document we just sent out is that they failed to disclose the corporate status that went out today, and Harvey's going to get it posted so that people will have it. But it exposes the about 5 or 6 court cases that I have done and prove that we have a corporation and nobody works for the state, that everybody's private. I've got the case sites of what I've gotten from the administrative court for my ruling. So we're proving we don't have a government. And I'm one of the very few people that has ever pulled this off and can back it up with documentation that we don't have a government. And we don't even have public employees. They're all private. And that's what they're coming back with. And that's our argument. This is what this whole 4 hours has been about, is we're not dealing with a government. We're dealing with a hostile takeover on the American people. And that's something we better wake up to and understand the trading with the enemy act of this thing, of how they're dragging us in. That's the significance of this. That's
global fraud.
Go ahead.
Global fraud.
Yep. It's not just the United States.
Jennifer, you want to give out your contact details too?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you. I'm not muted, am I? Or am I? I'm good. Okay.
You are live.
I would just like everyone to know that the 3 days that I did spend in jail was one step towards what was considered a continuance of the trial, which is continued until August the 28th. So as of right now, my plan is to appear again. And so any support that anyone can give me in terms of just reaching out to me, trying to hear more of my story. I'm in the process of writing up an explanation of what happened to me, and so on and so forth. Then I would greatly appreciate it. I can be reached via email at email account called JensPayer, JENSPAYER @gmail.com. That's the best way to reach me. And I'll do the best I can to answer any questions and share information with anybody else who might be in the similar position to me, so that we can begin to hold the individuals accountable who were before us.
Very, very good. And you can also visit newearthnation.org to get more information on the law and sovereignty doctrines about the Ubuntu movement. And if you'd also like to visit my website, Andrew Bartzis, galactichistorian.com. And there you can find a whole bunch of information. Just announce to everyone, we will be doing this Friday's sovereignty call. We have quite a few people lined up over the next couple of Fridays, so pay attention to your inbox. I will again be on BBS Radio tomorrow at 9 p.m. Pacific, where I'll be continuing the Galactic Historian call-in shows. I want to thank everyone that has been on this call, Doug at BBS Radio, everyone at TalkShoe, AIB, everyone that has been a part of this, New Earth Nation, all the volunteers that have come together from the background, everyone in Facebook and social media and Lawland and Universal Spirit Land. This has been another Sovereign Call, and we thank everyone for being here. All right, guys, take it away.
Thank you.